Darkest of hearts, the vilest of thoughts, watching your every move. I'm obsessed with you. Twisted thoughts erupting and slowly decaying. My jealousy, my envy is tearing me apart. A wicked man and his wicked deeds,
masquerading as a child
a
of
monster
light.
with his cruel knees, as he dances with his sick fantasy.
What is done in the dark will always be brought to light.
Slithering around the murky green swamp, voodoo priests enchanting the dance, making deals in the dark. The laughing spirits and all that they hunt. A wicked man and his wicked deeds,
Masquerading as a child
a
of light.
monster with his cruel knees, as he dances with his sick fantasy.
What is done in the dark will always be brought to light.
A foul smell in the air, oceans fill my lair. Deception lurking and waiting, with envy in my eye. My spirits ascend to spy. Voodoo is the ritual, odor fills the room. Smoke-stained walls, and the energy is gloom. A wicked man and his wicked deeds,
Masquerading as a child
a
of light.
monster with his cruel knees, as he dances with his sick fantasy.
What is done in the dark will always be brought to light.
Twisting the truth, for there is none in me. Weaving dark magic all through the night. Tears of envy, my jealousy ignites. Darkness encasing alive in the night. My lying tongue grows fatter with every deceitful breath. My soul is rotting and it tastes like death. A wicked man and his wicked deeds,
Masquerading as a child
a
of light.
monster with his cruel knees, as he dances with his sick fantasy.
What is done in the dark will always be brought to light.
The cloaked deceit, this is my life I'm doomed to repeat. A treacherous heart, and be growing in me. I wish I was you, with everything that I do. A wicked man and his wicked deeds,
Masquerading as a child
a
of light.
monster with his cruel knees, as he dances with his sick fantasy.
What is done in the dark will always be brought to light.
Reaching out to the filthiest of scum, wishing I was him, not the man I become. The sickness in me, I'm a lunatic disease. Traitors and manipulators, part of my flock. We twist the truth and dance in the dark. The flames of hell are licking my feet.
Good will prevail. You will all fail. strange home, a flash of light. I'm overcome, nothing but fright. Otherworldly beings taking me in the night. I'm an extraterrestrial hostage tonight. I wanna run, but I can't move. What do I do? What do I do? Where are they taking me? Where are they taking me? I'm an extraterrestrial hostage tonight. I wanna run, but I can't move. I don't feel real. I wake up in my bed. Was it just in my head? Looking at my hand, there's something there. Inside of me, I'm feeling oh so scared. Confusion and nasty fear. It wasn't just a nightmare. So loud, so bright, hypnotizing me figures lost in time. I'm tortured, surrounding me tonight. I'm an extraterrestrial hostage tonight. I wanna run, but I can't move. What do I do? What do I do? Where are they taking me? Where are they taking me? I'm an extraterrestrial hostage tonight. I wanna run, but I can't move. I don't feel real. I wake up in my bed. Was it just in my head? Where are they taking me? Others swelling in me. Where are they taking me? Anxiety rising. Was it just in my head? Paralyzing panic. Was it just in my head? I'm an extraterrestrial hostage tonight. I wanna run, but I can't move. What do I do? What do I do? Where are they taking me? Where are they taking me? I'm an extraterrestrial hostage tonight. I wanna run, but I can't move. I don't feel real. I wake up in my bed. Was it just in my head? Who's holding my hand in the darkness? Seeing ghosts down the hallway. There's a presence, bedroom shadows, cloaked and haunting me. Cold hand touching me. Fear overwhelming me. Tapping at my window. I can't bear to open my eyes. A breath on my neck.
All right. All right, folks. Welcome to Paranormal Roundtable, PRT, and this is I'm Josh Turner. Great, brought my phone like not charged very good. Okay. Luckily, I shouldn't need too many notes today. We're not going to be. So, if you want to jump on, where's the link at so they can jump on here? We got to put that link up. Like we said, we're going to start doing Monday nights, a call-in. Just for people to call in and tell their story, and to tell us, hey, this happened to me or whatever, or they and if it's whatever you want to talk about, Okay, let me see that there. So Duke's saying that MK is not good. Folks, prayers for MK Davis, that he's okay. I stop and I think, yesterday this kind of hit me. Last night, I was talking with Anthony and Tony after the show, and we had to go and do something, down south, downtown, and we had to meet up with Anthony's brother who's working for us. And we were all talking, and it came up like, I don't remember how Anthony, was it Tony that said? Tony said that you were calling people and checking on them one day or something.
Yeah.
And we both stopped and we're like, maybe we should be doing that too, like, because, I started thinking about it. And I was like, there's so many people. And this isn't an excuse at all. It's not. It's just, there's so many people that I would have to check on, and it just, and so the only thing you can do is just start doing it. I mean, you could just, you could go like, well, I got that's the dough. I got
like anything else. Like you got to start somewhere.
You just got to do it. I mean, and so I just was like, you know what? I really just got to do this. And so, yeah, I did. I just said, you know what? this is, I'm going to have to do this. And so, just do it, folks, because you don't know, like you just said, MK was not well. I don't know. That's just somebody said that. I don't know. I haven't heard anything, and I didn't look to see if Duke had posted anything like that. And so I don't know, but if that's the case, then we need to pray for him. And, you always think, hey, I'll talk to him tomorrow or I'll see him, whatever, blah, blah, blah. And that tomorrow's not promised.
Yeah.
It absolutely is not promised. And you don't know. You don't know how many times I've had people tell me, and I've heard a lot of people tell a lot of different stories about a lot of things. And they'll talk about, well, I didn't know this was going to be the last time I was going to see him or her, And the other day I got a story. Well, the guy's in his early 60s, but his wife, she passed away real suddenly, and so what he was telling me, he thinks that his wife didn't pass over because he was seeing her. Oh, man, listening to that story, dude, that was rough. That was rough. Because somebody could pass away, and then it just, oh my gosh, you don't know. Life's too short to waste screwing around. I'm just telling you right now. So we already got somebody jumping in the queue here. Let me say a couple other things too. I actually want to say something, and this is absolutely sincere from the bottom of my heart. This is not a joke. I'm not even kidding, but I want to thank you, the people who have been dogging me and attacking me and going off on me. They posted like some picture, and I don't care if you see it or not. It's from the live yesterday we did. So I had just gone to eat dinner, and so like I was full. Best thing you can do when you eat food like that is go for a walk, go out and run around and do stuff. And people that know me, they know I'm very active. My heart's pretty healthy. Just so you know, I want you to know that you genuinely seem like you're concerned about me. You said I look unhealthy and that I'm unfit. Well, I just want you to know, and this is not a joke, but I just had an echocardiogram done about 1.5 years, 2 years ago, and it was A-okay. There was a little bit of something with my left ventricle but I've had high blood pressure for most of my life. So, and they said that if I don't take care of myself, it could be a problem in the next 20, 30 years. They literally, that's literally what they told me.
Yeah.
And so I was like, well, I need to take care of myself. And my diet's gotten way better. A lot of eating on the go and stuff like that will mess you up. And that's something you got to just start, and if you do have to eat bad food, don't eat a lot of it. Now, it's been over 1.5 weeks now. I haven't been able to work out because I got that gout came back in my elbow because of the stuff that I got to take for it. They say that it'll cause a flare up. It'll make you have a flare up, and then that's the spot it seems to go to, because my right elbow, not surprisingly, is done a lot of this. And so, whether you believe it or not, I don't care. I mean, I'm not going to go out and pick somebody and pick a fight with them just to show you that I can throw hands. I mean, but I promise you, that's something I used to do quite a bit. And this is fight. And there's all these people that look at me and they think, and that's probably why I got into so many. Because I was downtown, I had the little baby face, and I wasn't smiling and acting like a nice guy. But at the club, I was always eating fruit out in the front because the people that owned that club, they were Lebanese. And I'm not kidding. They all owned like fruit trees. I went to their houses and they all had like fruit trees. And so they would actually bring like fresh fruit all the time up there. In the wintertime, there was always like nuts and dates and things like that.
Yeah.
And then in the summertime, if it wasn't just absolute winter, then they always had like fruit. And so I'd be in there just peeling an orange or something because it was so good. The fruit that they had was like, I don't know if this is a goofy word, but scrumptious. It was really good. And so I would just be like, "Man, this is good," and they'd always have a bowl of it. And they would always be like, "Hola, look, eat fruit, whatever." And so I would always, be snacking or something, but I was not a big fat guy. I wasn't. I was, I think that the heaviest I got when I was working was probably about 300 pounds, but I wore it pretty well, I guess, I was very muscular. I still am I have a very muscular frame. I really do. But yesterday, I was slacking and I hadn't worked out in a week and a half. So, you can kind of see how this right here kind of starts to, weight, your shoulders aren't looking as good and your chest ain't looking as good. And when you get older, you got to stay with it. You really do. Once you get in your 40s, you can't miss workouts and just expect to look good. Now, I don't know why they took a picture of my shoe and my leg. My lower legs are very strong and there's no fat on my legs. None. So I don't know what that is. And I don't have fat on my arms either. So, so they took this one shot where you could kind of see when I was lifting my shirt and pointing that my belly was sticking out, and they made a big old thing about that. And I thought, geez, Louise. And so my first reaction was to laugh, but then I thought about it and I was like, man, I really do need to get back in the gym, man. It's really hurting me. And it helps clear my mind and just lets me focus. So thank God tonight I'll be able to do my legs tonight because, I can actually use my arm enough to hold the machines and do the squats, because you can't do with the elbow out like that. You can't even do legs because you got to hold that bar to squat, you got to be able to like do the hack squats. You got to hold on to the deal, you got to be able to use your arms. And, so I just want to say thank you to those people because inadvertently, and I'm not even joking, you've helped me to be a better person. Because when you're constantly scrutinized and under a microscope and you know that everything you do and say is going to be checked into, it's going to be scrutinized, everything you do and say is going to be watched by these people. And they're watching right now, right? Hi. And so I know that you are desperate to find something, anything that you can use against me as a hammer to try to, and you want it to be true, even though you make up quite a few little fibs. Let's just be nice today, okay? You tell untruths, okay? I'm not going to call you a liar because that's just being mean. Right now and today I'm in a good mood. I don't want to say that, but you say a lot of things that are those are untruthitudes, Your Honor. And so they really do. If you have somebody or some people, there's a little gang of them, right? And they're absolutely after you and scrutinizing everything you do in your life. It helps you to be the best person that you can be, right? And I told you this, Anthony.
Yeah.
And it just hit me. I was on the way up here, and I just thought, this is. I feel like being under the microscope is a good thing because I think it's helped me to be a better podcaster / YouTuber. And it's gotten me looking at my health better, and so yeah, I'm eager to get there. And once this elbow is done with this, because it's pulling that uric acid out of there, and this is where the injury I've had. My elbow's been messed up from, just you can't go around punching 500 people in the head and thinking that there's no consequences. And I'm not talking about jail, because that's a big one, you know, but and so I saw a little video today, and it was of how people are, and it said that 1 month as a boxer, and it showed the guy turn around because somebody bumped into him and he's ready to fight, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And it said 1 year as a boxer, and the guy turned around and just kind of kept going, you know. And then it was like, it said professional fighter, and the guy turns around and the other dude's acting like he wants to fight, and he just puts his hands up like, look, I'm not trying to fight you, you know. So once you get to a certain point, you need to be that way. And so it's like there's this evolution that takes place within a person, and you have to get to that point where, especially when you get older, you're just not going to have the same skill. You're not going to have the same strength, speed. Some people are anomalies, you know. Hand speed wise, I don't think I've lost much speed. Strength, same thing. Stamina, absolutely. You know, because you have to keep it. You have to keep doing what you got to do. But I think that so I think that you know, that, you know, I had a lung infection that just went away about 2 weeks ago. So there was a video we did. Where were we at? Not the church. We went to Werewolf Church recently.
Mm-hmm.
We need to go and do it during the day. I mean, or when it's still daylight, you can see it better. But I would like to talk to those people and get their stuff first. What was the other one we did? Where there was Bigfoot habitation. No, that was yesterday. There was one we did where there was Bigfoot habitation, and we're convinced that that's what that is. I don't care what anybody says. You can see it. The wind did not do that. The wind didn't break every fourth tree.
Oh yeah, yeah.
You know, perfectly like this at the top. It was just bizarre. You know, I think that habitation is from last summer.
Mm-hmm.
I really do. And then there's like these big logs thrown in the middle of the whatever. And so, you know, that video, they try to say I was breathing hard. I was walking all over the place. And there again, I went and did that right after I had eaten dinner, because I feel like doing that is the best time, because it helps you, you know, and you don't just lay down or sit down and just gain weight. And you don't want that. And so I was trying to figure out what they were talking about, and not because I give a shit what they say, but for my health. Because if I am needing oxygen, and it clicked, I was like, dude, you know, I was still like having that, I couldn't breathe good. I was still having a problem. And that was about 2 weeks ago or something like that. And yeah, it was right at the tail end of that. And I was still having some breathing issues. And I had been back to the gym a couple times, but you know, I noticed it in the gym, because that, whatever we had, it lasted about a month, maybe 5 weeks, something like that. It was terrible. And we couldn't breathe. None of us. It was just bad. I mean, and just going up the stairs at the house, I was out of breath. I was winded, but it had nothing to do with my weight. It was just, you know, because I don't have that problem. Anthony, you walk around with me all the time. So does Nelly.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not stopping and going, you guys, seriously, stop. I'm about to die. And that doesn't, I don't have that problem.
Yeah.
I don't, you know? And so now I know people who do. I know people who are my size or my weight, and they look like a balloon or something. And they walk and they're like, and they look, and you're waiting for something bad to happen to them, because they just look like they look so unhealthy. And that's not me, you know? And so we were walking up that hill and up to that plateau yesterday, and it was a little short hill, whatever. I didn't get winded. Go watch the video. I mean, like, what are you talking about? And so I actually kind of was scrutinizing it yesterday. Not the one from, you know, but the one before, when they said I was breathing or whatever. And part of that could have been the wind. I don't know. I didn't find any, whatever, what they're talking about. I think they're just saying crap. But the good thing is, though, that they are scrutinizing everything. So it's helped me to be a better me. It really has, you know. Now, some of the stuff is just damn stupid and ridiculous. Like, he's worshiping Leviathan or whatever. We call it the Leviathan, but, you know, it's some stupid crap. And they're claiming that my boar tusk They're claiming that the boar's tusk is a symbol of the Leviathan. And I'm like, what is their fixation on this water creature? You know, like this water beast or whatever it is that they it's kind of weird. One of our listeners actually said in one of the threads we had that maybe they're doing that. Maybe that's, or they're somebody that was involved in it said that, and maybe not them personally, maybe not them specifically, because I don't know, you know, that they're doing it or not. I know they're not worshiping God correctly, but that's their business, you know. But when they keep talking about it and saying it, they're actually invoking that name. So I'm not going to keep saying the name unless I'm saying thong, because that's what it is. It's a thong, 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 thong. You know, it's just but to me, it's like, if you were going to worship some false god, why would you worship some water demon? Like, I don't even know why would you even do that? What would be the purpose of that? So you could take a better bath? You know, it's like, wow, the water is great. Thank you, Leviathan, you know? And I have no idea what in the hell that inspired them. You know, it's like, we'll never be hurt in water as long as we serve Leviathan. So in the summertime, when you go swimming, you'll be safe. You know, like, go to a pool party. Good thing I worship that dude. You never know. Sometimes those pools, even though they're only 5 foot deep now, because everybody's drowning because they're wimps, you know, because they're all the pools now we guard. We guard pools. We have pool monitors, right? Mm-hmm. And they don't need lifeguards because the pool's only like, what, 4 feet deep or something like that now?
Yeah, I remember when I was a kid, like,
they always had a deep end.
Yeah, pools always went at least to like 7 feet at the very least. Like, there was a deep end. Now it's like 4, maybe 5 feet if you're lucky.
And see, there's another thing. And D says, we'll always have chafing wearing the Leviathan. Maybe that's where my rash came from down there, was the wearing of the Leviathan. Because I can't remember. A lot of people have had rashes, you know, in weird places. I don't remember. Because that was another thing they said, and I started thinking about that too. I was like, because we were laughing about it, and me and Nellie, and I said, when was the last time I had a rash? And she's like, we've never had one since you've been with me. And I was thinking about it, and I was like, I do remember. I'll spit it out here. When I was like in 8th grade or something, football practice, here's a funny one. Not only did we get poison oak at one point, we got poison oak because our coach stupidly, I'll never forget, Coach Dixon. And this is when I was playing for Rockdale, like in 7th grade or something. I can't remember what year. I think it was 7th grade. And it was my first year not playing just pee-wee, but playing like actual, you know, school. And he had us running, you know, gassers. And part of the area was uncleared, like where we had to run, so that there was like a trail. And he says, you know, just go through the trail and then come back around. There's nothing but oak trees in Rock. There's no cedar or anything like that. And so we ran through this trail, and when you run through that, this thing hits your legs, you know. Mm-hmm. And we were every one of us got poison oak that started on our legs and ended up going up our body, you know. Well, for me, it stayed in the lower body, thank God. But it ended up getting like by my crotch, you know, because, you know, you're pulling up your pants. I think that's what it was, because I had it on my lower legs. Yeah. So I was pulling up my pants and your jock strap and all that. And so I ended up, so I go to the doctor, and the doctor's like, well, you have, you know, poison oak on your ass. And, you know, you're like, and my mom was like, oh, thank God. So I know, because I kept telling her, I said, look, everybody on the team's got it, you know. And she's like, why do they all have this? So several other kids had already gone and my mom was like, well, I want to make sure you're okay. And so because I had to go up there and get this cream. But the cream they put on, you know, and I'm not a bad scratcher. Like, some people, like, if they get something, they'll scratch real bad, like a mosquito bite or something. I don't do that. But some people do. And so, but one part of my leg was pretty bad, like where my calf. So lucky for me, that's the only thing that I ever remember having as far as a rash, you know, or something down there. But yeah, it did happen. It did, you know. But it really has, like, the attacks, and it's just the constant scrutiny. it's gotten to the point now where I'm actually benefiting from it. I really am. And I wasn't joking yesterday when I said that for them to just keep going, because I've been laughing my ass off every day. And like, I feel almost like it's, what is the word? Cathartic? What is the word? It's like,
It seems appropriate.
yeah. Like they're saying the most horrible things, but all you can do is laugh about it, because it's just, because some of it's it's gotten more and more ridiculous as of late, which has made it more funny. So it's very humorous, you know. But anyway, I just thought I'd throw that out there, and you know, don't concern yourself with the affairs of others and that are being fools, you know. But I just think that it's helped me be a better person. It really has. And I think that's the lesson that people can take away from any of this. If you're being messed with, you know, all you can do is make the best of it and try to be a better person. You heard that?
Yeah, I thought someone was knocking.
That's what it sounded like, didn't it?
Yeah.
But it's not. This place is just haunted. I mean, I think we've officially confirmed that our studio is really haunted. And it may have been here before we got here, because I talked to one of the guys that used to work in here a long time ago, and he used to do camera stuff, you know. And he said sometimes he would see somebody walk by and there was nobody there. And this predated us being in here. He used to, well, because back then my business partner used to be his office, and he wouldn't hear a whole lot, but he had a guy that worked for him, a couple of them that were camera guys that would come in and get camera equipment, because on his side of the company he decided to do cameras and stuff, and I helped sell some of it, you know, but I didn't really involve myself with the installs. And one of them the other day, I talked to him, and he asked me if I was looking to do any business with that, and I said, "No, we got everything we need," you know. And I just said, "Hey, real quick, let me ask you a question." And I asked him about if he saw anything here, and he was like, "What do you mean?" And I said, "Well, we've had a few things happen there." And he goes, and this guy is black dude, man. He's just like, "Oh, that motherfucker is haunted." He just it's straight up like. I told him, I said, "Are you serious?" He goes, "No, for real, yo, for real." He's like, "Yeah, it's haunted, yeah, for real." He goes, "You're doing your show up there?" I said, "Yeah." He goes, "Oh, hell no." So I said, "Okay." So, you know, pretty funny guy, but I've known him for like 20 years or something, you know. But we talked for a little bit, and he was just giving me a couple stories, and I was like, "Wow, well, thanks." You know, now I know that it was probably here before, you know. Maybe we exacerbated it by talking about this, you know, stuff or whatever. But let me bring on the first person here. Let's see. Who do we got here? Let me get my wonderful earbuds. Is this Andres?
Yeah, it's Andres.
What's up, man? You're back?
Yeah. Well, I've been hearing, obviously you're talking about life here when you were younger a little bit.
Yeah. So what do you got going on today? What's going on with you?
Yeah, I just wanted to tell you about something that I told you about. I think it was Sunday, about me apparently having that dream about me being in a white room.
Uh-huh.
Other kids. Do you want me to explain that right now?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead. And let me just say something really quickly. We have Thea and Jake on too. So if you guys are willing to be patient and let Andres tell his encounter, and you guys can hang around, you don't have to jump off or whatever until you're ready. But unless we get the queue full, then we can only put 10 people on at a time. Just be polite and like mute your mics or whatever, so you know we don't hear whatever. That's something I forgot to ask last time. But if you guys could do that, and then we'll get started.
I will. Here I go. What I meant by the white room is that back in middle school, I woke up for some reason in like a white room. At least that's the impression I got, and everything was relatively cool, like a cold room. As I was looking around, I got the impression that I wasn't alone, and I noticed a window, and I walked towards it. Next thing I knew, I see another kid that was in a room similar to mine that was across from me. I don't recall the distance, but it was a good bit away. And did I see this?
Take
We
your
were
time.
just yeah. We were looking at each other for a little while, and next thing I know, something appeared to come out of like a small something similar to a television set or something. Something came out of it. It was humanoid shape, similar to a rake.
Wow. And this was a dream, or this was?
Thi- This definitely felt like a dream,
Uh-huh.
but it felt real. But it always stuck with me because it felt more than it to me.
How
And
old were you, Andres, when this happened?
uh, this was in high school, so my best guess is at least 14 to 15 is my best
14.
guess.
Mm.
I
And
see.
you,
I'm sorry.
well, I don't want to interrupt, but you, because there are people who seem to dream about these rake-like creatures. Is that what you're referring to, like a pale crawler?
It definitely resembled one, but I can't exactly remember because the details of the dream were very foggy, but it was definitely enough I can remember that all I know is that when that thing came out of the TV or whatever, I felt terrified. And apparently, for some reason, the kid didn't notice it, but it was in the room with him. He didn't notice it, but for some reason, I could see it.
Hmm. And it was like a dream, but did it feel like it could be something that you were seeing while you were out of your body?
It was a little bit of both, in my opinion, because the dream felt so real,
Mm-hmm.
but I couldn't see where I was. All I know is I was in a white room,
Yeah.
and next thing I see is this thing is heading towards him, and all I know is I'm feeling terror. I'm afraid. I'm scared for my life, and I actually, for some reason, called him Justin because he reminded me so much of my friend.
Hmm.
And I actually lost contact with my friend a few years before that, so I don't know why I'd call him that. And all I know is I remember myself literally pounding on the glass, trying to see if I can get him to look at it, but he can't. But he's not. He's just staring at me for some reason.
How old are you now?
I'm 24.
24. Okay, so because the reason I'm asking that and why I think that's important is because you were 14 when this happened. Let's say 14 or 15, and you're 24, so that was only 9 or 10 years ago. So the black, the blacks, the what do you call it? The I call them the black mirrors. The
Scrying mirrors?
the TVs we have now. They are these flat screen black TVs, and it's really like a black mirror when it's turned off. And so it's like a scry. It's really like a scrying mirror the way they've made these TVs.
Mm-hmm.
So they would have been around at that time, and because they started coming around even before then, but definitely the TVs haven't changed. They've gotten much better each generation. But so your TV, I'm assuming that your TV back then was one of those flat screens, right?
Yeah, but in my room at the time, I didn't have any TVs in my room at the time because my house actually, the house I lived in actually caught fire. So I
Ooh,
had
wow.
no TV in my room.
When did the fire happen?
The fire happened, give or take. It was literally the beginning year of, think of was it sophomore year in junior high. Like it literally happened the day after I went to school, and it just caught fire.
Golly, that's horrible. And did anybody was hurt? Everybody was
Thankfully,
okay.
no. Everybody in my family managed to make it out, and it kind of sucked because the very next day, I remember that my mom literally had to buy me and my sister some clothes, mixed in with some clothes I actually wore the day before. So that's how I remember that. Another reason why I remember that dream is because of the fire that happened that year.
Mhm.
So I have no reason why I thought that up.
And so, because everything that happens in your dream could be something from the day's events, or it could be something that happened the day before. Your brain is processing things, and I think that also there's a spiritual mind connection, and I think that actually makes a big difference. Uh, if you're healthy in your mind, in your soul, you're going to have different types of dreams. But if you had something traumatic like that happen, that could be, and you guys, let me ask you this. Did y'all ever figure out why you had the fire?
Yeah, I definitely remember why we had it. We had this old-fashioned brown um air conditioner, the ones with that actual knobs. You can just pull them, put them back on.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, my sister and my mom were actually in the living room. We're turning it on. Next thing we knew, a spark came from the air conditioner while they were in the living room, and the curtain caught fire. And
Mm.
literally, as it caught fire, my mom just told me and my sister to go, and we just left. And that's when the fire was going. When we were leaving, the smoke was already starting to engulf the house.
Oh. And so, so the dream, how much longer away from that event? How long until you had the dream?
So the dream, it was at least a few months after the fire.
Yeah. Mhm. Yeah,
Uh,
and so, and that's so weird that a spark would just come out and catch a curtain on fire, unless
Hmm.
And I have a theory about that too. I really believe that these entities they like to cause fires. I can't tell you how many times I've talked to people who've had hauntings and their house catches on fire.
Yeah, like fire spirits.
Yeah, well, that's it's a book written by Rosemary Ellen Galley. What is it? Legends of not Rosemary. That's the Vengeful Jinn. There's another one. It's called Legends of the Fire Spirits. It's a book that I read, and I was talking to David Wedley about it. It's funny because he had that book too. We were both comparing notes and what we thought about it. It's recommended reading if you ever want to read. You guys is Legends of the Fire Spirits. It's about the Jinn, and it covers all these different regions of the Levant and what each thinks about. I have a library of paranormal books. It's probably in the thousands. I mean, it's no probably it is.
Hmm.
It's in the thousands, and I've read tons of them. Fire elementals. Somebody just said that, Abra. But when you look at that, the way that these entities do these things, they love to cause mischief, and fire is one of their tools. I don't even up until recently. It's just I never allowed candles in my houses, and I just started doing it again recently. I was like, okay, as long as you plead the blood of Jesus and you pray, you got to be real careful. But things happen, I mean, they really do. And dude, things can happen with fire, with water, the elements, the wind,
Hmm.
can do things. I've seen some crazy things when I was, I guess I was 12 when this happened. One of my friends, he lived out in the country, and where they lived, they had a farm, and it was kind of flat. I mean, and then toward the back of their property, there was like a pond, and then there was a bunch of trees or whatever. And there was this windstorm. I call it a windstorm because that's really what it was. It was like just a lot of rain, but just the wind was so bad. I remember it tearing like part of the roof off of my great uncle's barn, and it was like a metal, and I had to go up there and help him. And it was one of those summer storms that just hits. And a tree from like 300 yards away ended up flying through my friend's
Oh.
one of the windows upstairs, but it was his brother's room.
Hmm.
And then I had another this wasn't a friend, it was a cousin of mine, and her room, we had those antennas, that looked like rakes, and you turn them,
Hmm.
and it came loose and flew from the neighbor, and it was from 3 houses down. And the houses were a little bit spread out. They were all like built on like like half an acre to an acre, lots. And this antenna came through. How it happened from 3 houses down is anybody's guess. And it came through her window and landed at the foot of her bed. It didn't hit her. But that could have really messed her. That could have hurt her,
Yeah.
And that was out there near Copeland. But, the wind is very powerful. And these spirits, they'll use wind, I've had weird things happen, like where I've walked outside when I was doing my rounds, and I would be inside of a building. And there was one place on 360 where I had a dream like you did, Andres. And I'm going to tell everybody. I don't know if I might have talked about it on the show, maybe. And this may have something similar to do with this. It may not. I don't know. But I had been working and they left me on post. It was 12-hour shift during the night. And then they said, "Oh, we don't have anybody to relieve you for the day. Well, we'll get somebody out there." Right. And this was this company I worked for back in the 90s. And they didn't have anybody. So nobody came. So it was like 8 o'clock. And I had already been there since 6 p.m. the day before. So you're looking at 26 hours. What are you supposed to do? You know? And it was like summertime, so it's sunny. And I'm sitting there, and I'm just like, I am so tired, And I was still awake because you're on camera. And I explained to these people, I'm like, I'm on camera, dude. I'm going to fall out. I mean, what do you want me to do? It's very unhealthy, but I had to keep getting up and drinking coffee. And I was a young guy, it wasn't going to hurt me, but I just, it was rough. And eventually, even with all the coffee and everything, by like 9, 10 o'clock, I was asleep, like falling asleep.
Mm-hmm.
And I woke up because I heard boom, 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 boom. And I wake up, and for a split second, I saw this wolf. It was a massive wolf, like right there at the glass. It wasn't a werewolf. It was just a wolf, And I was like, whoa, what the heck? And then it was gone. And here's the weird thing. This is a weird thing right here, right? So I end up I had been dreaming that there was this big wolf that had low crawled up to the door, and then it sat up, and then it just started hitting the glass. And it was a she wolf. I remember because when it turned to the side, I saw like it had given birth or something. And then I looked, and there was these little baby wolves behind it. They were kind of running behind it in like a single file, almost like it was an extension of its tail or something. And it was a weird dream, right? And then I wake up, and for a split second, I see that. And then it's really the wind was blowing that glass door, and that door was hitting the thing going boom, 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 like that. But for whatever reason, I guess I saw it in my mind's eye in the dream as like a wolf. And it wasn't aggressive or anything. Here's the weird thing. So I end up working there all until the morning. And luckily it was over the weekend, so there was hardly anybody there. So this was now Sunday. I had worked a Friday night shift, and I was going into Saturday, and they left me there. So I go into the morning. It's like 9 a.m. Sunday morning, and it's this office building. And there's nobody there on Sunday. I realized that because I had worked the day shift the weekend before. I was relieved like a normal. And they said, "Oh, we'll get somebody there by about 3 o'clock today." I'm like, "You got to be kidding me!" So I went ahead and stayed because I had no choice unless I wanted to just leave and then make these people upset. But so as I'm sitting there at the desk, I can't remember what I was doing. I was writing in my journal. I had journals back then. I was writing, as best I could, even though it was like my hands were always, what's up, BMR? How you doing? Bigfoot Michigan Rob. Don't forget, if I haven't told you already, I will be on Michigan Rob's show tomorrow night, 8 p.m. Central, or no, I think it's 8 p.m. Central. So tomorrow night I will be on with BMR. So I'll be on tomorrow night. So anyways, I end up I see, and I'm telling you that I told people this, and they said this can't be true. And this, like I said, I didn't really know if this was paranormal. It was just a dream. And then I saw this. But I've told people this before, and they just say, no, that can't be because there's no wolves in Austin, the area, or whatever. But I've seen them at least 3 or 4 times. And I know probably 200 people who've seen them too. So they're around. Red wolves are very rare. But I'm convinced that we had one that was a lone one that was hanging around over there by this property off of Comanche Trail. Remember Comanche Trail?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And that was over there. And so, and Bigfoot Rob just said, yep, 8 p.m., 8 p.m. Central. So 8 p.m. Central time tomorrow night, guys, Tuesday night, tomorrow night, 8 p.m. Central with Bigfoot Michigan Rob. So I saw at I think it was like at 9 in the morning or 10 in the morning or something like that. I can't remember exactly. It was early, but it wasn't lunchtime yet. And I saw a wolf walk up to the glass and then run by real quick. And so I jumped up from the desk, and I thought maybe because I had been sleep deprived, maybe. And then I just realized, I was like, no, I slept for a few hours last night. So I'm not hallucinating. So I ran over there and I looked. So the next weekend, I was there on a Saturday. And so nothing weird happened that weekend. I was, relieved as normal. And there was this woman that came in. And I was talking to her because she would always come up to the front desk and talk to me. Very beautiful woman. And I just remember she was probably about 20 years older than me, but she was very super friendly. She was being overly friendly, and I'm like 19 or I'm a young guy, whatever. So I just pretended because I didn't want to get any trouble or get in any kind of whatever. So I just pretended like I didn't know how. She was just being friendly, but. So she asked me how my weekend was. She goes, I didn't come in last weekend. She's like, I went out of town. She's telling me all this stuff, and I said, well, I think I saw a wolf last weekend. She goes, oh yeah. She's like, there is like a wolf or a coyote or something. She's like, and it has babies. And so she told me that, and I was just in shock, and I was like, what, really? So what was that? Like when I drink, and she's like, yeah, she's like, I saw it, but let me finish the deal, whatever. She goes, but that was like at least a year ago. And she's like, I haven't seen it in a while. It's been a while. She goes, but last summer, we saw it around. So they wouldn't still be babies.
Mm-hmm.
Right? I mean, that's weird, right? Is that paranormal? I don't know if that's paranormal, but it's bizarre, know? And when I had opened my eyes and the door was pushing from the wind, and I was like, what in the hell? And there was nothing there. And so I don't know if that helps you or not, Andres. That's kind of a long-winded, whatever. But and Garrett says, Andrew, it's called sleep deprivation. Well, it could be, but it also could be how do you explain some of the weird things, that like this woman, she confirmed that there was a she-wolf or something that she thought looked like a wolf, So there was a guy that had a dental practice. He was an orthodontist or something at that building. It was like an office building, whatever. And he came in and he was pretty cool. And so I was talking to him and I said, hey, I got a question for you, because we chit-chatted a little bit. And he would come in on Saturdays for special appointments. So he would come in, and there weren't many other people, just him and that lady and another guy. And so he asked me, because somebody had, I guess, reported during the week. He's like, are you guys here during the week? I said, I'm not. I don't think so. I'm just here on the weekends during the day. And I said, and it's only, it's been like 3 or 4 weeks or whatever. And so I wanted to confirm about the wolf thing. I said, how long have you been practicing here? And he says, this is a few years, And so I said, yeah, there's a lady that comes in. He goes, and I described her, and he goes, oh yeah. She's pretty cool. She's in the second floor or whatever. And it was like atrium, and then there was like this, you could go up, you didn't have to take the elevator up to the first, second floor. You could just walk up, and then from that floor you could go up. And then but it was 5 floors. It wasn't real big. It was not real tall, but 5 or 6 floors. But then if you wanted to go above those 2, you had to take the elevator, right? Well, you didn't have to. I guess you could take the fire or whatever. But, that's how the building was built. And his practice was just right there. Like, so he would walk up, you know. And so I said something to him. Or no, I remember he went up and then he came back out of his office, and because he was waiting for his patient or whatever, and he goes, "Hey," and he just kind of leaning over the rail, and he's like, "I got a question for you," and he's like, why did you want to know how long I'd been here?" And I was like, I look up at him and I said, "Well, the other lady that we were talking about," I was like, "she said that there used to be a wolf that was roaming around out here, and you've been here for a while." So, but at the last minute, I didn't want to ask him, you know. So, but I went ahead and told him when he asked me that, and I don't know what inspired him to come back out and ask that. That's weird in itself.
Mm-hmm.
And so I just told him, I said, "Well, she said that there was a wolf that was wandering around out here, you know." And he just goes like, "Yeah, I remember that. Yeah." He goes, "And I think it had like puppies or something, and they called the animal control, and then they couldn't find it. They couldn't find him." But that's so he confirmed like that she didn't just make that. So 2 people of the 3 that I would see most often there on Saturdays, and then there was like nobody on Sunday. It was just you there by yourself. And it wasn't a creepy place or haunted. You know, the only thing about it was like if you were there at night, you're just sitting there at night. There's nothing but woods in front of you on the other side of a parking lot. And then the parking lot behind you, there's woods behind there. And there's 2 big glass doors. And then on the other side, 2 big glass doors. So there was a guy named Murray. I remember that. And he would sit there at that. He was an older guy, and he was the one that would relieve me. And he eventually got in trouble because all he did was sit there and sleep at night in front of the camera. And he was always telling me the place was haunted because he was like, "I'm always hearing stuff outside, and those doors will start shaking." And I just thought, well, that's probably the wind. So I asked this old guy, I said, what are you seeing? And he was just like, "I don't know, man. Like I saw this woman walking by." It's freaking funny. So he says, "I saw this woman walking by, and she was naked." He told me that, and I couldn't help but laugh when he said it. He got kind of this mad, stern look on his face, and I'm just like, "Okay, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to laugh, you know, because I'm thinking this older guy is just falling asleep, and he's, you know, who knows what's going on, because he was kind of a weird guy, and he was very like he was socially awkward to the point of like, you know, and you know, he just wanted something to talk about, and he would keep me there talking as long as he could. And then, you know, finally say, "Look, Murray, I got to go because I got to come back and relieve you," you know. And so, "Oh, okay, yeah." And he'd walk out, you know, follow me out to my car, you know. And it was summertime, and I remember he was like a Rangers fan, and I don't remember, I wore like a Rangers hat up there or something. So he thought, "Oh, that's something to talk about." So he would always be like, "Did you see the Rangers game?" And I was like, "Yeah, yesterday they got blowed out." You know, like just, why would you ask that if it wasn't a good game? It was like 12-2, you know, or something. And I was like, "Yeah, I was listening to it on the radio. They got blowed out. You know, this wasn't good. You know." And he was just like, "Oh, one of these days, you know, one of these Texas teams is going to get a baseball trophy, you know." And then you're just talking about nothing, you know. But he just, you know, asked me if I'd ever seen anything weird there, and I didn't tell him what happened with the wolf thing because I knew he would just start. And now looking back on it and doing what I do and knowing what I know, I wish I would have, because who knows what he saw. You know, I wish I would have, because I didn't. I was gonna tell him, and then I was like, "Oh God, this will turn into a 5-day conversation, you know, and I'll be stuck here."
Mm-hmm.
And so I just, as a young man, I was just no patience for that. I just wanted to go, and did not want to sit there and talk to this dude about, you know. So when he told me about it being haunted, now one of the things he mentioned though was that he would hear the water running and toilets flushing and things like that, which is common with hauntings. And so he did tell me that, and I was like, wow. But as far as like a woman walking around, you know, like I didn't see nothing like that. And I was there during the day, but you know, when I worked that overnight shift, the wind did make those doors shake. And so I just thought it's probably what it is waking him up, you know. But yeah, so that's one of my weird dream like things. And it had nothing to do with anything other than just, I don't know what I saw, because if that wolf was no longer in the area, why was I dreaming about it?
Mhm.
And why did I see it briefly and then it was gone? And the pups too, because if it was the year before, those pups were yearlings now. They were not, it would not have been that small. So that's a weird thing. And then coupled with what Murray saw, I mean, Officer Murray saw a woman, walk by naked. And he said she was red haired. Like, he described her as a young woman with pale skin, and she just didn't even pay attention to him. She just walked by real quick. He goes, he got up to go look, and there was nothing there. I don't know. It just, take it for what it is. So, Andres, I'm going to say this. You have a very interesting story. There are a lot of encounters that people have where stuff comes out of TVs, and I don't know why that is. I mean, I don't know what could, but that black mirror TV thing is a very
Scrying
mirror. You could have been out of your body and you could have been somewhere else and saw it. I don't know.
Yeah, I wanted to expand on something somebody in the comments said about fire and elementals, if that's all right.
Yeah, go ahead.
What I want to add is this is actually the second time my house has caught fire. And a house a couple blocks down my street also caught fire too. But that time in the other house, somebody actually did die. And it was actually a very young person.
Wow. That's weird that, like, so my brother, he's in the chat too. And he used to date this girl, and she had this demonic entity or something that was attached to her. And I'm telling you, man, she was a weird. Hey, Danny Fowler, I just remember. I think it's your birthday, isn't it? I think I said happy birthday to you, Danny, today. Isn't it your birthday? Because that's weird. I just saw him on Facebook earlier today, so I think that's why. Unless I was dreaming or something, I don't know. But I saw Danny Fowler's name and it came. I think it was a birthday. Yep, happy birthday to Danny Fowler. It's a paratrooper right there. So I was there one time talking to my brother, and we were talking about at the old house that was haunted as hell that we used to live in. A lot of weird paranormal activity there. And this girl that he was dating, like this was like years ago, right? A long time ago. But there was this elemental spirit or something that was attached to her because it would try to catch things on fire. I'm not even joking. She had like this poster.
Uh-huh.
And you probably heard this story, like it caught fire, and
Mhm.
Dee was like, what the hell?
Yeah.
But he could tell you more about it. I don't know. But it was just, there was this girl he used to date and this thing would try to burn things down. Very dangerous.
I mean,
Very
did she
dangerous.
dabble in weird occult stuff or just?
I'm going to go out on a limb and say back then with my brother, the way he was, probably.
Yeah.
Probably. And, he would know. You can answer, D. You're in the chat. You say, Chris goes, so she was hot? I used to have a shirt that was like, this is why I'm hot. And it was Bowser blowing flames. Like, he's like, It's like, Chris made himself laugh. Yeah, Chris, probably. She was probably hot. She was flaming, smoking, whatever. But no, he said, don't play with her because you're playing with fire. That's horrible. But yeah, I think that these spirits, though, there is Carrie Firestarter. Yeah, exactly. But I think these elementals, though, these things, they can attach to places and they can attach to people, and it's simple to me, folks. It's very simple, and I'm going to tell you what I think it is. I think what happens is they get energy. there are places that are full of energy, and that's why we see these beings massing around those places, because on the other side, you don't need food, you need energy, because here food equates
Mhm.
to energy.
Yeah.
And sometimes when people are really heavy, they get really fat or they get really skinny or whatever, because the signals are not correct in their body. The signals that tell you I need energy, they're not clicking, so you're not eating, right? And then the signals that tell you that you need to eat and consume for energy could be turned on, and then you become obese because you eat all the time, you eat too much or whatever it is, that causes that. But a lot of it is mental. I think that we would do a better job taking care of our gut biome, our stomach biome, bacteria that we need. And then if we took care of that better and we took care of our brain health better, we would probably have a lot healthier population. But that's not very profitable. And a lot of things happen too with mold. People don't realize that. And mold feeds on bacteria. So a lot of times, bacteria will breed really quickly on something, and then mold will show up, and then and then if you eat it, you get sick from the mold and the bacteria. It's a really bad thing. But your gut biome is very important. And a lot of times, Andres, teenagers in particular, they eat a lot of junk. They don't really have a very healthy even though they may look healthier, but they don't, because they eat a lot of stuff. Jake, I see you there. What's going on, Jake? We'll get you on in a minute. And so, what was your diet like at that time, Andres? I'm just curious.
I mostly ate my homemade food. I obviously did eat a good amount of junk, but not that much, because but it was a bit greasy because I mostly ate my grandmother's cooking. So it
Yeah.
wasn't that bad.
Well, that's good. I mean, so because a lot of times when people will tell me stories that they've had happen to them when they were teenagers, and I know this sounds weird, but I'll ask them like about their diets and their habits and things like that, because especially then, because at that time is when most of us, if you're ever going to go through a phase of just eating really bad processed junk that can lead to some unhealthy habits and bad dreams, it's going to be when you're younger. Because when people get older, like me, you got to cut the bullshit. You got to start trying to do better. And that's why I was making that comment about those people constantly on my ass, because it's actually, it could be a good thing in a way, because it keeps me, I got to stay, I got to do what I got to do, man. Because they're taking photos of everything they can grab and grasp onto so they can strike out. But it's your own fault if you go out there looking like a fat slob. Well, you know what? If they roast you, they roast you. That's the way I feel about it. And if you're not on your A game, and they find it and they point it out, guess what? That's on you too. You know, people get really upset. They get really angry, guys, because they get called out on some bullshit that they did. But the bottom line is, at the end of the day, it's your bullshit. And just you gotta live your life like you're under a microscope all the time, because you are, and so I don't mean to go around being fake, like, hey, let me help an old lady across the street because someone's videoing me. Dude, don't be fake. I'm always going to be who the hell I am, but if you're going to go on camera and show yourself or whatever, then be on your A game, but I still don't really give a shit, because I'm going to do and say whatever needs to be done and said, Garrett says, damn, you near 50? I am. I'm going to be 50 in July. So I got about another half a year of being in my 40s. And this isn't fake. My hair's not fake. I'm not dyeing it. People are just stupid, dude. They're just like, he's wearing hair plugs and he's dyeing his hair. Bullshit. Okay. I just got good jeans, man. Sorry you wear the bad idea jeans. I'm sorry that's where you shop. Is the guess what? I have bad ideas. And Chris Goder says just a number. It could be just a number, but I know there's certain ages that actually trigger, the aging process. And for some reason, I believe it's like 66 is one of them, where once you get to that, like it's like something clicks, and then we start to age more quickly. And then it's really weird. There's like these certain numbers. I think like there was one I was reading. I don't want to alarm anybody, but I think it was like 54, 46, 54, and like 66. For some reason, these certain numbers, they've now figured out that those numbers, boom, it's very important and critical at those points to be really on your A game. And so I would recommend everybody trying to eat better and do better. But yesterday, like I just thought, I overate at dinner, and I was like, and I didn't even try to. I ordered the bowl, which was like no carbs or whatever, but I ate like it was like a bunch of lettuce, and there was a bunch of black beans and chicken and just whatever. It was healthy,
Mm-hmm.
But I was like, we need to go, do something. So we went for a drive and went out to Turkey Bend, and we walked around out there. And unfortunately, my belly was sticking out because I had eaten delicious food, and they caught it. They were like, "Oh, there it is! Look at there's his belly," But also my arm was like that, so my shirt was poofed out, and it was windy a little bit, But yeah, no excuses. You just got to do better. You got to But I'm not gonna stop doing it just because some dumbass up in Okie land says, "Oh, you look at how you look," because the people that are saying these things look hideous themselves. And my advice to y'all that are doing and saying these things is do better yourself, because and wash and shave and maybe go see a dentist. I don't know. There's some things that need to happen there that are pretty, but like here Garrett says, there's always room for improvement. We all we could do better, I mean, I bathe every day, and I I do cold showers.
Yeah.
And I do breathing exercises every day. So I couldn't do them though. When I had that lung infection, that infection had gone into my lungs, and it was like I was wheezy. It was terrible. It went away, thank God. But it was like it was hard to. I couldn't do the breathing exercise. I couldn't hold my breath for 5 seconds. Felt like I was going to die. So now I'm back up to 2 minutes. So and it's like you got to start back over, just like working out, man. It's like my arm, just elbows jacked up. So now I got to start back over and get back on it. And this sucks, man. I keep getting knocked back down. So what we do in life, folks, we just keep getting back up. So Andres, let me ask you this: you've had this rake thing. Have you ever seen this thing in your day-to-day waking life?
Not a pale crawler, but I did see something that was like a shadow person. I think it was a few years earlier than that.
Yeah, we're not talking about that shit. Look, we're talking about the pale crawler.
All right,
Come on, Andres.
Sorry.
Don't be. I'm messing with you,
What
bro.
is this, amateur hour?
I'm messing with you, Andres. I'm kidding, bro. We're messing with you.
Of course.
That's the thing. The only thing that came close to that, and that was at least a few years earlier. But instead of being white, it was just black.
Well, I think that their form is like a shadow, like a whatever, and then when they come out of that realm, they can be like a pale crawler. Here's the thing, folks, and I'm going to say this, and then I'm starting to make a connection here, and I don't know if anybody else in this field is, because I don't know how many reports you're getting. But I hustle like a MFer, okay? I do. And I can tell you this. There is some sort of connection between shadow people and pale crawlers, because it never fails when we get a pale crawler story. These people have also seen shadow entities. I just got a weird, weird chill on my left side when I said that. Weird. But yeah, I do think there's some sort of connection there between the shadow people and the pale crawlers, because I started noticing, because whenever I interview people or I talk to people, and people that are in the chat, and other, if you're paying attention, you've talked to me, this, I've asked these questions before. When I talk to somebody that has a crawler experience or any other, I'm like, what have you seen besides that? I always ask. I want the whole thing. I need it all. And never fails, people will sit there and they'll tell me, like, well, I saw this shadow being at the foot of my bed, and I saw this shadow being on the stairs. I saw this shadow being in my kitchen. I saw this shadow being in my backyard. And it just goes on and on and on and on and on. It just keeps happening. And, you hear these people over and over again telling you these things. Uh, Recently, and me and Anthony were discussing this case on the way over here. And there's a guy, I'm not going to say his name because I don't know if I should say his name yet, but he is in the Pacific Northwest. And he was out in the woods and he had a Bigfoot experience. And he was like, wow. And then about an hour later, he's hiking back to where he was going because he takes photographs and stuff of nature. And he was abducted, which is like what inspired me. We were talking about it. So I told Nelly, I was like, I'm going to wear this with the Bigfoot and the abduction thing, whatever. So it kind of made me think about that. I'm going to wear this shirt. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know why that is. I mean, there's a connection there, though. There's something, because I think these aliens, or whatever you want to call them, ultra terrestrials, extraterrestrials, interdimensionals, when they abduct people and they do what they do, they're found around the same places as these Bigfoot and Dogman. And I think it's because they're all headed toward that same thing, energy. So the shadow being is it could be the flip side, and you're seeing it, you're catching that glimpse of that being. And there was another person that was giving me a story, and they were talking about a shadow being like that ran right by them real fast. Like periodically they would see somebody just run right by them, just real quick. And it kept happening over and over and over again in their house. And they were not really sure why it was always moving so quick. Like why? Because the whole family was experiencing this thing, and it was always on the downstairs, and it would run real fast, move real fast, move real fast. And eventually they talked to the people who lived there before, and they said, yeah, we had the same experience with it. We had the same thing happen to it. And it would just move. It would go from the front to the back of the house running, like it would run, and it would go by them real fast. And eventually they did some research, and they found out that a younger person had passed away in there. And their assumption, and I don't know if this is correct, but their assumption was that they were catching a glimpse of what was like a young person that was running through the house, you know. And it could be one of those residual hauntings where it was just on repeat, and they just kept seeing it run by them real fast, you know. They don't know that if it was like an actual human spirit or if it was, because neither of these families that lived there had anything really negative happen. You know, there was no negativity. So that's a weird thing. I don't know, with shadow beings. That's just such a weird thing. So you had this shadow being entity, and you said it happened a few years before the pale crawler
Yes.
entity. Yeah. And this is the most important thing, on just what do you think it was? The pale thing coming out of the teepee. What do you think it was?
And honestly, it definitely resembled a paracaller, but I don't know what it was. All I know is that it was heading towards the other kid, and I was terrified for him. And for some reason, he couldn't see it, but he focused his attention on me. His attention was focused on me. I don't know why. It's like to him it didn't exist, but to me, I could see it heading towards him. I was just feeling terrified. I was literally pounding on the glass or whatever, and I was gesturing for him to look, but he never did, which confused me. And just as it was about to get to him, I wake up and I'm sweating. Obviously, I'm terrified. I'm still scared out of my mind. All I know is that it felt so real. All I wanted to do was just wake up, and I did.
Mm. Or you could have been just trying to get back in your body, and you did, because you could have been out of your body, you know. So Do you want to hang on? Do you want to stay on for and when the next person tells theirs, or do you want to jump off, or what do you want to do?
Well, I'm definitely going to stay on because I actually did have another dream,
Okay.
but this time it involved me seeing my own body. But I'm gonna like turn off my mic so the next person can go.
Okay. All right. Let's get to that, and then we'll go back to you. So Thea, you wanna hop on and say what you got to say?
Hi, Josh. Can you hear me?
No, I can't hear you. What's going on? Speak louder.
Oh, okay. Can you hear me now?
No, not at all. We can't hear anything. What's going on?
You are just. Are you kidding? Are you?
No, I can't. I can't hear you for real. Nothing. Did you say I was killing? Killing what? What am I doing?
No, I said, are you kidding me?
I'm sorry. There's static, and what was it?
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you. I'm messing with you.
Okay. Yeah, I was
totally
like,
messing with
he's
you.
messing with me.
I'm joking with you. I can hear you the whole time. That's why I was like, no, I can't hear you, even though you're asking me the question.
And I was thinking in my head, he's got to be hearing me because he's responding.
I'm just cutting up. Seriously, I'm just messing with you. Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, cool. Well, I have a couple of stories, but there's 3 major ones that I want to go over real quick.
Okay. Well, we don't want to do major stories real quick. I mean, because then you might miss some real important details.
Important details, yes. Well, let me start with this one. This was when I was really young, back in the days when there was no such thing as cell phones like that. My parents, both of them, to be able to, keep the house afloat, they would have a newspaper route. And
what do you mean keep the house afloat? Did you live on a houseboat?
No, it was just to be able to make sure that we had everything that we needed.
Make ends meet. Okay,
yeah,
all right.
Ends meet.
All right, yeah, cool.
And we would leave at 1 a.m. They would always take me during the weekends. And I would always fight with them when it came to that, not because of the work necessary, but because every time I would come home, I would suffer major sleep paralysis. And so I already knew as soon as I was to come home, I was going to have one of these attacks, right? So I guess one day my mom just got tired of me fighting to not go. She's like, I'm just going to let her stay home. So she didn't wake me up. When she came back home, the only thing I could remember was her screaming. And she's like, Cynthia, get up, wake up. And I'm like, what's going on, right? Go look outside. And, she literally had me go to the kitchen area because our kitchen faced outside. Mm-hmm. And she's like, tell me what you see. And I'm like, Mom, I don't see nothing. What's going on? And you could tell, like, she was very frantic. And I said, calm down. What's going on? She said that when she was coming home, she was, feeling kind of funny, like something was not right. She said she parked her minivan in the driveway. And she said she felt like something was just looking at her the whole time. And my mom, she used to pray a lot. She used to fast a lot. And so she brought me up in a Pentecostal religion. Mm. So she knew a lot about spiritual warfare. Not only that, she dealt with a lot of people back in her hometown that practices witchcraft. So she knew what that was. At that time, she had a falling out with one of the neighbors. And the neighbor had mentioned in school one day that my mom heard her. Whoever messes with me, the only thing I can do is grab a little doll and I take my vengeance back. But she said it in Spanish. And so my mom, she always, was like, that's weird. Why is this lady saying this? And there's a whole story to that one, but it's too long. Anyway, my mom said that she was in this van. She was about to come out, right? She said she felt something just staring at her. And she couldn't point where it was coming from. She said she got out of the vehicle. And she said all of a sudden she heard a dog sniffing behind her. And she said she looked back. And when she looked back, the horror of that creature just looking at it just shook her. She said that it was a long, skinny dog, very long. She said it barely had any stomach, and the hair on it was like a gray color and it was curled up. But she said what really caught her off guard and scared her was that the face was the face of a human being.
Mm.
So she said she grabbed her purse and she said a Bible verse, and in Spanish, I know it, but she was like, the angels of the Lord encamp those, um, I can say it in Spanish, but basically that the angels of the Lord, right, the people that fear and love God, are always there to protect them and deliver them from all evil. That's a summary of that Bible verse. And she said she would say that Bible verse and she would swing the purse at it. And she said that he would open up his mouth and kind of like bite at her, but he couldn't get really close to her. She said she got so nervous that when it came time to try to open up the burglary bar that we had, she dropped the keys. And then she picked it up and she was able to get inside the house. And that's when she started screaming for me to come and look to see if I could see what she had seen. Then later on that morning, when the sun finally came out, because this was probably like around 3 or 4 in the morning when she came into the house screaming. When the sun finally came out, we were looking around the property and we noticed that right outside of the window, there was a footprint of a man. So I don't know. It's always been something that just sparked my curiosity of what exactly did she see. But she said that the stomach was so skinny, it was impossible for it to be an actual dog. And the face was just human face. And that terrified her.
Mm.
Now that's one of the stories that my mom she encountered. Now, my story is I believe that a lot of things that we go through, that we see, goes down through our generational bloodline. I feel like sometimes our ancestors open up doors into the spiritual realm and it doesn't close when they die. It follows down the next kin, probably a couple generations down, but it follows down the family line. And the reason why I say that is because my mother had a lot of sleep paralysis. I had sleep paralysis. And I'm able to hear things. I'm able to see dreams come into fruition. And I had this very weird experience when I went to Mexico.
Okay, what a shock.
I was married. And my ex-husband, he's from Zacatecas. And he's from a pueblito called La Victoria. That pueblito is not developed as another city that's next to it. Another city is more developed. This one still had like adobe houses. There was a lot of stories of duendes, people burying their money when they died and, you know, coming out as dead people, showing other people where to get the money. And if they did, they would end up dying. There were stories of brujas, and just a lot of stories. So enriched with the occult. So I remember it was Christmas Eve. Growing up as a Pentecostal, I was always told that you don't bow down to any statues. You don't bow down to anything that's below the earth, in the waters, or in the sky.
Yep.
The only one you bow down to is God. So they have this thing that they celebrated was the acostamiento. Acostamiento is when they have like the ceramic baby Jesus and they have like the figurine of Joseph, Mary, and everything, you know, the kings and stuff. So, you know, I've always seen it, but I'd never been a part of it, you know? And so I went over there. There was like a dinner and everything. And I remember these two ladies walking into the house. I was already an outsider because I was born and raised in the US. And I ended up marrying somebody from El Pueblo. And typically women that know that men that come down here and marry an American, do not take too kindly to it.
Mm-hmm.
They see it as offensive. So I remember I was sitting there and I saw two women and they were walking and they looked at me a certain way. And I'm like, okay, this is awkward, you know? I just got this funny feeling from them. And I started seeing them, you know, do their little ritual. They would sing to this baby Jesus. They would change the pampers, you know, they would wipe it, you know, like if they was giving it a bath. And then they put it on a platter with a whole bunch of candies. And they would walk around the room, right? And before you can get a piece of the candy that was on the platter, you had to kiss the doll. And I had my two girls with me, and I was like thinking in my head, I wasn't raised like this. I have to respect my own beliefs as well as theirs. So the best way to do it is just to remove myself from this because I don't agree with it. So I decided to tell my mother-in-law at the time, and I decided to tell my father-in-law that I was leaving and I was going to go put the girls to sleep, that it was already late. Well, when I was walking, it was pitch black and we were standing there outside in the cold. You know, we walked a couple blocks to get there and we had to wait till my father-in-law ended up, you know, opening the door. And so he opens the door, we go in, and in the room there was like two beds. It was like in the shape of a T. On one side my girls slept, another side me and my husband slept. Our bed was like facing towards the backyard and their bed was like facing towards the carport. So I remember I was laying there, right, with my girls, and they had fallen asleep. And it was funny because, you know, sometimes when we pray we know what we're going to pray about, and sometimes we don't.
Mm-hmm.
In that instance, I did this prayer that I didn't even realize what was going to happen to me later on that night. And I said, Lord, I said, in the middle of this dark pueblito, you know, I said, let your light shine from my room all the way up to the heavens, right? So that they know that you're with me. And and I said this specifically. I said, send me your baddest angels, your most biggest and baddest angels to protect me throughout the night. And when I was saying that, I was, you know, when I was saying that prayer, I was like, I was in an outer body experience. I was seeing myself in the crossroad del pueblo, and I was looking towards the direction of the house, and I saw the light from the room go all the way up to the heavens, and I saw two big figures like angels. They glowed like yellow, right?
Mm-hmm.
They looked huge, and I'm like, okay, good. I ended up passing out. Then my husband comes, he wakes me up. He's like, let me lay here with the kids. You can go over there and to the other bed. I said, okay. And I put a pillow case over my eyes because I'm like, I don't want to see anything because I already know that my sleep paralysis are bad. So that was my habit of trying to protect myself from seeing anything, was putting that pillowcase over my eyes, right? So I fall asleep, and all of a sudden I feel something evil start coming in through the area where the carport is. And normally when I experience something here in the US, I would be like, Jesus, Jesus, and it would be quick, whatever was coming, and it would leave quick.
Mm-hmm.
This situation wasn't like that. This situation was so frightening that I saw, like, it looked like an oval shape, okay, that was forming on that side of the wall next to the carport. And the oval shape looked so dark. I've never seen a black that color. Not even the black here on earth can describe that kind of black. Okay. And I told myself, oh, and I said it in Spanish, ay Dios mío, tanta maldad. And what I said in Spanish was, oh my God, so much evilness. And that's all I kept on repeating. It's like I couldn't get past what I was seeing. And I knew that it was something way stronger than what I've experienced here in the US. All of a sudden, out of this black hole, I see two females walking in shadow figures. And they're walking back and forth, back and forth. And my head just kept on, oh my God, so much evilness, so much evilness. Next thing you know, they're at the footstep of my bed. And they're looking at me and I'm just like, I can't do nothing. I can't move. I can't do nothing. Right. All of a sudden, when she like flies in the air, grabs my throat, starts trying to wrap her fingers around my windpipe and started trying to squeeze it. But what was weird about the situation is when she did that, there was like an electricity, and the best way that I can describe it, it's like a lightsaber, like you see in the Star Wars movies.
Mhm.
It has like that whitish bluish color. Okay, and so when she tried to do that, there was like it looked like electricity, like lightning, go between me and her, and you could hear boom, a very distinct sound, like boom, and it had an echo to it. Once that happened, she knocked back. So the other one decided that since the other one got knocked down, she was going to try herself. So she threw herself on me and tried to grab me. And again, the same thing happened. She got knocked down. Then I heard a voice that told me, wake up, wake up. They're here to kill you. If you don't wake up, they're going to kill you. Move your body, do whatever you can, break out of it. And I did. I literally felt like there was a sleeping spell that was strong that I've never felt before coming upon me. So I shook out of it. And all of a sudden, I could hear the dog, the donkeys, because they had donkeys in the backyard, pigs, the freaking chicken. It was like they were doing like, I don't know. It sounded like they were singing back there. I don't know. It was crazy. It was like a whole freaking orchestra playing in the backyard. And I'm like, ay, Dios mío. And I remember what my mama said. My mama said, Mija, when you hear things like that, you better know that they see the spiritual realm and there's something there that's not supposed to be there. So I kept on fighting throughout the whole night, Bible verses. And when I would start to like almost fall asleep, I would hear that voice, wake up, they're still here. And until I stopped listening to those animals go the way that they were going, then I would realize, okay, now it's safe to go to sleep. And I finally fell asleep, and I'm like, the next day I just wanted to grab my stuff and come home to Houston. It was that bad. And I had like a couple more days left there. I was like literally in so much fear. No, the last one.
Well, hold on before we go any further, because I wanted to even going back to the first story.
Okay.
Your mother, she saw a dog with a human face.
She did.
Yeah. How big was it?
She said a regular human face.
No, the dog.
She said it was longer than a normal dog. She's never seen a dog that long. And she's never seen a dog with such a tiny, tiny waist. But what really caught her off guard was that the face looked human.
Wow.
And for some reason, when he would try to go bite at her, he couldn't get close to her. And she said she was just kept on swinging her purse and saying Bible verses. And that's something that she feels that kept him away, that he couldn't get a hold of her. My mom thinks that the neighbor that used to live in front of us, they had a fallout and she started practicing a lot of witchcraft. And it was later known that she practiced a lot of witchcraft. And my mom felt that that was a lady playing with her.
So she thinks that it was something that wasn't real. She thinks not real, but it was like an illusion, maybe made by somebody that was bruja.
She feels that it was that person turning into that animal. Is what she felt when, because she didn't know how to explain it. She didn't know that, dog men existed or other stuff. She just, felt that probably that the bruja was playing some type of games with her and turned into that animal to scare her.
Because on the show we did an episode where we talked about and we just stayed in this sort of region of East Central Texas, where there had been some really uncommon reports of what. That was an interesting episode. That was a podcast episode, wasn't it, Anthony?
I believe so.
And we talked about these dog man looking creatures, but some of them looked weird. Like a couple of them had human like faces, if I remember correctly.
Mhm.
Yes, that's what she said she saw. And we live over here in Houston. So
And
I wouldn't be surprised.
pretty pretty sure if I go back into my, you know, if you go back into the archives, you can probably find some stories like that. But I know that there are a few that I was looking at the other day in the folders,
Mm-hmm.
and there was one that said human-headed dogman, which I know that's what that is.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't open it. I just saw it there, and that's weird that I think about that.
Yeah,
Um,
that's what she said. It looked like a total human face.
mhm.
It didn't have a snout like a dog's face. She said it looked human, but the body was of a dog.
Yeah, that happens. I mean, that's a weird thing. And then Andra's over here talking about dreams, and you're talking about dreams. And the one encounter I can tell off the top of my head, I remember, and it was this woman. Her name was like she had a very unique name, like Wilhelmina or something like that. It was a very unique name. Anyway, she was Danish.
Mm-hmm.
Like her name was, and it was like because I asked her, about her first and last name, and I was like, "What is that? That sounds like a Scandinavian." She says, "Yeah, I'm Danish," because she had a little bit of an accent. She'd come here when she was 9 or 10, but she was only 40, so I remember that, and I can tell you this one off the top of my head if you want to hear it, and it pertains to what your mom went through. If you want to,
Sure.
okay. And Jake, I appreciate you being patient too. Jake's there waiting. I'm adding to the stage, but just everybody that's wanting to get in. If you want to jump on, there's a link there. Just go ahead and jump on, folks. But so this woman, and she was telling me this story, and she was saying that when she was a little girl, and this happened in Denmark, where she was from.
Mm-hmm.
And she said that they used to go to the market. She would walk to the market with her grandmother, on Sundays or on Saturdays. And she said we would go together. We would go. And she said that one day there was this guy that always had like fresh vegetables and things like that. And her grandmother would always go to the market because, like over there, And this person that told me this story, she's a few years younger than me. This was when would have been back in like late 80s, early 90s or something like that, so they're very like they still try to eat healthier and do things. Europe is a lot different, like there's all these countries that they really do. Believe it or not, a lot of South American countries are a lot healthier than we are too, even though they're considered third world. I'm not even joking. It's just sad what they've done to us over here with the salt and the sugar and all the processed stuff, And so they would go to this market, and she said that I was petting this dog, and I remember this was so weird. And the woman that was standing next to the man that was helping the mother, she's like, I looked down, and she didn't have she was petting the dog, and the woman kind of went psst, like that, like, and she looked up at the woman, and the woman's face looked very like angry for some reason, and she was like, so she backed up from petting the dog. She's like, and I remember looking down and seeing the woman's feet. The woman had these big, bloated, oversized feet, and then she described these nails that were just like unkept. It just looked weird, and she was barefoot. She goes, and I remember Denmark's a cold place. But she's like, I remember it was like, early spring, and it was cold, and this woman was just wearing a black dress with no coat, nothing. And she looked horribly deformed in the face. Her nose was like pointed downward. And she said this guy that was selling these vegetables, he was always there on the weekends at this little market. And the woman she had never seen her before. And she was petting. And this is weird because you're talking about your mother,
Mm-hmm.
Having seen this elongated dog. She goes, it was one of these dachshunds. And the way she said it was a dachshund. Dachshund. And she said, and it was very long, too long to be a normal dog.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, yeah, well, I don't think they called her Willa. And I said, Willa, I don't think that was a normal dog. She goes, well, I know it wasn't because it had a human-like face.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, what do you mean? And she goes, well, after the woman hissed at me and I backed up, I looked down and the dog was looking up at me and looked like a man. But get this is the creepiest part about the story. It's like she just, her grandmother must have saw it too. She didn't speak of it because, you know, in Europe, and it's a different culture. It really is. In a lot of these places, they don't go and, well, you know what? Let's go talk about what we saw. You know,
Right.
let's go watch PRT tonight and let's see if Josh Turner wants to hear about some weird stuff that we saw at the market. No, especially that generation of older people, you know, she wasn't interested in getting into it, you know. So she's like, she told her, she's like, Grandma, I saw this. She's like, no, don't talk about that. Don't talk about it. Don't, you know, just you know. So she says she goes home to her grandmother's house and she goes, I fell asleep downstairs in this really comfortable chair that my grandparents had. And she said it was really scary because she wakes up and it was dark and the whole house was dark. And that was unusual because they always had the fire going. And she said there was no fire, there was nothing. And she goes, and I look on the stairs and she goes, and there's this pale, like, guy that was coming down the stairs. And he was like, he was trying to talk to her and he was speaking, but she couldn't understand his language.
Yes.
She already recognized it as European language, but she couldn't understand it. And he was like, help me. She's turned me into a dog. And he was telling her that.
Wow.
Yeah. And that's a crazy story because when you said that, I was just kept thinking about that encounter. And so I was going to talk about that one eventually on the show at some point, but might as well tell it now because we're talking about it. And then she goes, and then she's like, I got so scared I covered my face. I didn't want to see him because he looked hideous. Like he looked terrible. Like she said he looked like he had like some kind of slime on him or something, like this coating of gelatin or something like on him. And she said, then I opened my eyes and the fire was there, the fireplace, and the light in the kitchen was on, and that she could smell bread. Her grandmother was making bread. And she's like, it wasn't that late. She's like, it was just dusk. And she goes, and I was like, oh my gosh, what was that? So she had this dream. And so the dog was like, you know, what was it? The dog like telling her, please help me, you know, like, did she see? Because when she first went to pet him, he was just a friendly little black and brown dachshund, right? And you know, at least she described it as she said black. I don't know, you know, what black and brown is just what they are. But she said that he was very, you know, a happy dog or whatever. Well, she didn't say happy, that's my words, but she said he was bouncing around, excited, you know. And then all of a sudden, the woman like hisses at her and then she sees this human-like face on it. Like, what the hell is that? I mean, you know, but then she has a dream, you know, and I mean, like I get a million stories of people telling me stuff like that. I used to be at the club and I remember one time we were all sitting around and we were talking about dreams. And I've had dreams of a brown dog that was menacing me. And then I was on this like little rail cart. And I told my friends at the club and they laughed at me. We were but they were talking about weird stuff too. And I said, well, I had this weird dream about a dog and this brown dog was coming out after me, trying to attack me. And I was on this little kind of runaway mine cart, you know, and I was like, oh, and I was trying to like, you know, and then this black dog comes up and I was like, oh no. And it was even more menacing and worse than the brown dog. And the brown dog was right on me and it was about to get to me. And the black dog was coming in my direction. Next thing you know, the black dog hits that brown dog and starts tearing him up and misses me. And I just keep going. And I was just like, oh my gosh, you know, and it was like this. And I think what made my friends laugh was the runaway mine cart. It's like, maybe it was just indicative of my life, you know, at that time or whatever. But, and then I had another dream that was of a brown dog. And it was actually your stepdad. And Anthony, your stepdad. And I'm telling you, I confronted him on this one because I think he put brujeria on me. Because you remember he tried to, you know, you and your mother and him had problems.
Yeah.
And so I dealt with him in a very harsh way because you're not going to put your hands on somebody I care about. Right.
Yeah, he probably went to somebody that we knew.
He did. And
Yeah.
he went to somebody, and it backfired big time, because what happened was, I was walking down Lizzie Street in Taylor, where, some of my relatives live, and I was heading toward their house. And I think what it was is, I was trying to get away from this thing. It was following me. And I looked back, and there was this brown dog, and he was talking Spanish so fast that I couldn't communicate with him. I didn't understand the way he was talking, And by the way, thank you for the donations, guys. Shade Viking, for the $20 donation, and then Stratagem, $2, $2, $2, $1.99. Thank you. Did a bunch of different little ones there, but that's awesome. Thank you for that. We appreciate it. And then of course, Larry Sharp. Thank you for those donations, guys. So this dog was chasing after me, and then I noticed, like, the dog had pants on, like jeans, but they were like cut off, jeans, and it was talking to me, and then the next thing you know, it was floating up in the air, and I look, as the dog floated up, I looked, and your stepdad was standing there, and he looked all nervous, like, oh shoot, and I was like, what are you doing here, and I was like in front of my aunt and uncle's house, and I was standing there, and I was like, what is this guy doing?
This was a dream.
Mm-hmm. But it was very real, very vivid. And then I looked up, and my aunt and uncle were looking out the window, and they were like motioning for me to come running inside the house, or go inside the house. So I didn't run. I just walked in, and I turned around, and the dog was floating toward me, and it was speaking in Spanish. And I just remember rebuking it in the name of Jesus. And I was like, I defy you. I rebuke you in the name of Jesus. And like, there was this like thunderclap, and then your stepdad was gone. So a couple days later, I went to him, and I confronted him, and I said, what did you do? And he was like, what do you mean? And I was like, that's what led to the other incident that made him come to Jesus for real and change.
Yeah.
Because I told him, I said, okay, that's it. You've crossed the line. And then, I found out some other things that had happened. And that's when I took matters into my hands and said, look, and he was from Mexico. He spoke really good English. So he wasn't like,
because I remember that his best friend was from Mexico too. And that best friend's wife, she was into that stuff.
Big time.
Brujeria, curandero, all that stuff.
Mm-hmm. So, and she even tried to curse your mom.
Mm-hmm. And I mean, I've said this 1,000 times. A curandera or a white witch is just a curandera until you make her mad, and then she's a bruja or a witch.
Yeah. So that happened, and so I confronted him, and my brother was there with me when we confronted him. I think Scorpio might have been there too. I don't remember who all was with me, but I went over there, and he had a couple of his friends, and they were out there. And I remember what he was doing that day. He just come back from fishing, and he was gutting fish, and he had this knife or whatever. And the first thing I did was I told him, put the fileto, and it would say in Spanish, the fileto. And I said, Nike right here, which means put it here,
Yeah, it's probably that long knife you had with that maroon handle. I remember that.
So he put it down, and then D grabbed the knife. My brother grabbed the knife. Scorpion says I was there too. And I told him, I said, what is this brujeria? And I was like, what is this dog? What are you doing? Why is it trying to attack me, coming at me? But it wouldn't bite. It couldn't bite me. It was trying. It couldn't. And he was very scared and adamant that he didn't do that. And his friend, the one you're talking about, his best friend, he like ducked around the back of the house real quick.
Yeah.
Like he didn't want to be there while I was saying that.
Yeah, that dude was real skeezy.
And my brother was like, where are you going? My brother called him Jorge. He called all the people in Mexico Jorge. We're not trying to be racist or anything like that. But my brother was like, come over here. Where are you going? And he's like, I had nothing to do with this. I didn't do that. Whatever, blah, blah, blah. So whatever they did, it got undid real quick. So Dragon Paul, do me a favor and mute your mic.
Oh, sorry.
Okay. And so whatever they did, they undid it real quick because I didn't have any more problems. And then, when I talked to Anthony's mother and his sister and the boys, his brothers, everybody kind of got to the bottom of what was going on. So me and his stepdad had a personal chat. You could put it that way. And then he decided that drinking and going to witches and doing other stupid, ill types of crap wasn't his best interest anymore, and he quit doing it.
Yeah.
And he did. He really did. He shaped up, and I had no more problems with him. Before that, it was throwing Christmas trees out the door and
Kicking the presents off of the front porch.
breaking things and smacking people and acting a fool. And your mom kept it, basically. But this is what he did, and he was just that guy. And when he was around me, he was on his best behavior, and my mother, because my mother would put him in his place and then, tell us, hey, this is what's going on. But after we had our little discussion, it stopped, and I asked him too to give me the name of the person that had cursed me, and he wouldn't tell me, but then I found out on my own.
Mm-hmm.
And I had a conversation with her. And it turned, and she was just like, I didn't know who you were. She was very like, hey, I didn't,
Yeah.
But it wasn't to hurt me. It was to scare me.
Mm-hmm.
And I said, well, you freaked me out. I don't know about scared, but you freaked me out and you've pissed me off. And so there was no pain involved, but
I wonder if whenever it fails and comes back to the sender, if the I guess punishment fits the severity of what they were sending.
Actually, it's much worse.
Really?
Yeah, and if it backfires, and a lot of times I've heard of these black magic practitioners getting very PO'd at the people, because when they go to do these curses and stuff, a lot of times they'll ask a lot of questions about who this person is.
Yeah.
Because they want to know, is it going to come back on me? And if that person just goes, yeah. Because I would assume, being one of these evil people that has no qualms of cursing somebody, they're probably going to get a skeezy person. That word you used a minute ago, skeezy.
Yeah.
They're probably going to get a skeezy person that's going to be like, oh yeah, everything's great, yeah, whatever. Because they're over here trying to curse somebody. They're lying.
Yeah. Because I was gonna say, I don't remember the timeline exactly, but I know that at some point, and this would have been after the incident that we're talking about. At some point, her husband, who he got deported,
Mm-hmm.
like he was just gone, and I don't think he was ever able to come back. So he had to have something to do with it, because my stepdad was his best friend.
Mm-hmm.
And then he, like you said, he was trying to slink off, and get away from that conversation whenever y'all were talking about, like, hey, what did you do?
Yeah, and I remember when your stepdad got deported.
Yeah.
Yeah, and well, things happen, but it was, I never liked him. And I wasn't very impressed with, but that, you can't tell people who to go out with or date or whatever to do, and I just didn't like him. I didn't like any of his friends. I went over there for a birthday party, a couple different things, and they were just weird people. Just, they were not my cup of tea, obviously. But there always seems to be in that culture that element of brujeria, because they come from, basically physically having no resources. They're deprived of a lot of things. So they reach out into the ether to grasp at what they can, to try to use that to gain leverage. And, a lot of these people too, I'll tell you, they're very hardworking people. They'll work. Like, his stepdad was a hardworking guy. I haven't seen him in years, but I can tell you this: working really hard doesn't mean anything. It doesn't make you make money. You can work really, really hard. That's why they say work smarter, not harder. And people that can, they can just bust their ass all day and still be broke. But he actually did good. He was a master electrician, and he made or a master plumber, and he made really good money, and he worked a lot. And some of these people, you know, they work really hard, and he actually bought some land and had some things going. He wasn't like just a bum. He just had a drinking problem and an attitude, and that had to be adjusted. But that's you know, what happens is when they can't overcome you in whatever way, then they run to their magic so they can throw it at you and try to make bad things happen to you, because what else do they got? You know, I mean, they don't have anything else. So you gotta figure somebody who can't reach out and do something to you. And it's happened to me multiple times in my life where somebody throws a curse because they can't do it. They have no other recourse. What are they going to do? They can't whip your ass. Um, they're not stronger, smarter, or more anything than you. They're inferior in every way. So they run and they use, instead of trying to better themselves and raise their vibration, they run and they do, you know, magic. And the problem with the Christian, Muslim, Jewish system, whatever you want to call it, the Abrahamic faiths, is that there is this mindset of I can do whatever I want, and then I go and I pray and Jesus will forgive me. Or if you're Jewish, it's Yahweh will forgive me. If it's your Muslim, Allah will forgive me. And there's no recourse. There's no nothing happens because they don't believe in reincarnation, so they don't believe anything's going to happen to them. They're just going to run, and they're going to go pray, and then they go to heaven, and that's all it's got to do. It's not how it works. And if people had a better understanding of somebody needs to mute that. But if they had a better understanding of the nature of reality, of the true, you know, and we had a really deep discussion about it last night, myself, Anthony, and Tony. After the show, we were talking. But I jumped on with Jason Bland and Paul Wallace for a little while on Paranormal Soup for about an hour, and then they wrapped it up. But Paul will be coming on my show soon. But we ended up talking quite a bit afterwards because we had to go run and do some stuff, and we had a deep discussion about it. And you know, and I can't remember everything we talked about, but I was explaining some things to them about how the world works and forgiving people. You know, you can forgive somebody, and then they arrogantly think, "Okay, yeah, you know, I forgive you." You know, they don't they don't turn about and go, "Well, can you forgive me for what I did?" And so they take it in a pompous way that you are admitting that you're wrong, and then they're not at fault in any way. So you know, and Tony had done that with the particular individual in his life. I'm not going to name, but he did that and said, you know, and that you know, he felt a lot better by asking for forgiveness for what he had done to that person, but that person did not even bat an eye. And I know this person, and he's that way. He did not even bat an eye to say, "Hey, you know, I want you to forgive me too," which he should have. And later on, I had a discussion with that individual, and I said, "You should have asked him for forgiveness." He's like, "For what?" I said, "Golly." And this guy's always talking about karma and you know all this and the nature of reality and all this other stuff. And I said, I said, "You really don't know much, do you? You talk a lot, but you don't know. And if you do know, and this is the most ignorant thing, is if you do know, 100% know, and you don't practice it, then you're one of the stupidest people ever." And there's a lot of stupid people like that. They absolutely know, and they don't do it. They just don't practice it. They're addicted to being right instead of being correct. Now, that's a different thing. Do y'all understand what I'm saying? Like, there is being right. I'm right. You know, I won this argument. I am correct. No, you're not correct. Your behavior is not correct. So you get to be right in your own mind, but you're not correct, and everything about you is not correct. And so, yeah, exactly, Tony. We talked about that yesterday. The curse of victory. So we're talking about curses. You know, these people throw them on you, and that's the problem. These people are addicted to basically being right, and so trying to be right all the time, is more important to them. What did it say? Who's Pickle Tree? I don't know. What are you talking about, Pickle Tree? When you hit it, it goes all white. I don't know what you're talking about. So, anyways, you have this sort of dynamic that's really not good when you have people who want to be correct and they're willing to throw anything away. Now, this guy, he does believe in reincarnation and all these other things, which is baffling to me that he doesn't practice that. He doesn't, but I think it's because he thinks that he's actually correct and his forcing his will and trying to be right. And I don't think it's correct at all. And the guy holds grudges like crazy. Folks, I'm going to tell you something, and you got to listen to what I'm going to tell you. This is very important. Holding grudges is one of the most toxic things you can possibly do to yourself. And Tony inadvertently, even though he, and I was worried about this guy because this guy's my friend, but when Tony asked him for forgiveness, I was upset with Tony, and I'll tell you why. I said, you basically reaffirmed for him that he's done nothing wrong and that it was all you. And I had been trying to get this guy to understand, that this is not correct behavior. But it's not Tony's fault. It's not his fault because he's not responsible for that person's karma. He's not responsible for whether that guy gets to heaven or goes to hell. It's not his responsibility. Each one of us is individually responsible for everything we do. When I die, God's not going to ask me, like, I know this. I'm just, he's not going to be like, oh, you mean they were calling you mean names, so that's why you retaliated and said mean things back? That's not how that works. He's not going to care what those other people, at that moment you deal with the universe, and then you deal with God who created it and who lives outside of time and space. You're going to deal with that consciousness, which is God. It's going to happen at some point. You're going to deal with it, and there's going to be some very hard questions to answer, which a lot of us aren't prepared to answer. And you're going to have to explain why you were mean and wrong and nasty and evil to people that offended you or whatever, because in that moment, before you turn it into a grudge, think about it. Is this worth it? Because you're going to have to explain all of this in a spiritual essence. And a lot of people cannot fathom anything but this world. They don't grasp it. Folks, this is a simulation. It really is. This isn't a test. Everybody's like, this is the test. That's their little excuse to try to make sense of it. No, it's not. It's not really a test. No. We're like living in a simulation within a simulation, if that makes sense. I don't know if you can even grasp that. And a lot of people can't. But you need to understand that the real world, if you were able to come out and see it, it's outside of this, totally outside of all of this. It's a totally different, and it's almost impossible for some people to fathom. And I've only seen glimpses of it, but I've seen larger glimpses than the average person, And I've come to conclusions by doing some really intense studying and meditating on things, and so you learn. When you are in that meditative state, you'll see angels, demons, you'll see them, and you can see things. And if you come out of your body and you become aware, because what it is you're aware, but when you go back in your body, you don't remember. That's the thing. There's like a catch where you don't remember it, but then sometimes it'll come back, and then eventually you'll learn to connect those consciousnesses together. And so you'll be very, I guess, how you say, stymied by your own ego. That is the enemy, is ego, really. And Tony, if you would jump on here, like Tony's at work right now, but there's a lot of downtime at that site. But if you wanted to jump on and come on here, you could explain what you were telling me yesterday. You were making a lot of sense and about And Anthony was talking about how the ego is the big. I don't know where he's at right now, but he had to step out. But he was talking about how the ego is the enemy. That's the problem, is that it gets in the way of the real reality. And but you get what I'm saying, right, folks? You understand? I mean, there you are. I was just telling the listeners about our conversation with Tony yesterday.
That was a good conversation.
I thought it was very important, and this is a night where we just kind of, just whatever goes,
Mm-hmm.
And Thea, you're to get back to you and what you were saying, and I know it kind of got off on another tangent, but that's PRT. We go all kinds of places. But you brought up the thing about the dog that is a weird thing, and that woman's dream, Willa's dream was very intense, and it seemed real to her. And I told her exactly. I think you saw that guy, and he was, but I don't know how he ended up in the dog. I don't know. I can't even fathom that. But another explanation is that she could have just thought that because of what she saw. She saw the dog, so her spirit mind connection said, this must be a person, and that woman looks ogreish and weird, so she's a witch. And this is not saying that she didn't see those things, but so she put it together and said, this is what it is. And maybe it's not, because this is a land of illusion. It's a world of illusion. And the devil has been described by many cultures as the Lord of illusions. He's an illusionist. He creates a reality that's not real, and that's why we're here. And Jesus says many times that this isn't the real world, and he makes very good points that the master and ruler and of this world is Satan.
Josh, I wanted to hit on something that you just said right now. A lot of times when people have dreams or they have sleep paralysis, I literally believe sleep paralysis is you're awake in both worlds, in the physical and in the spiritual. Because a lot of the ones that I've had, I see the room completely the way that it is. Nothing is out of place. And I see these creatures or I feel these energies. I believe that the biggest lie that you can tell a person that goes through one of these things is, oh, it was just a dream.
Yeah.
There's a lot of things that are not just a dream. I've gotten to start to hear things. And when you hear in the spiritual realm something, it has a distinct sound to it. I've noticed in my situation, mine is more like an echo to it. And let me tell you something that really caught me off guard before I started looking into these dogman stuff. I just got bored one day and started, got on YouTube. I'm like, oh, let's just play this, something to entertain myself when I'm painting. And there was this one story of this woman saying that she felt like there was portals that were opened and these creatures would come out of it. And she said something that really caught my attention, and it started this whole thing in me of wanting to investigate, wanting to know more about these creatures, because I remember one night I was laying in bed. I was not asleep. I was awake. I just had my eyes closed. And I heard like something was in the room and it was rattling my acrylics because, sometimes I like to do my own nails. And then I'm like, okay, I hear an echo behind it. I know what it is. It's spiritual. It's not physical. So I ignored it. Then all of a sudden I heard like a book fall to the ground and I could hear the pages just go, the way when you open a book and the pages just go all together.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, okay, this is spiritual again, because I hear that ring to it, this little echo. Then what caught me off guard was this. I heard a heavy noise like metal falling to the ground, but it had a special ring to it. It was more like a dead weight ring to it, and it echoed, right? And after I heard that, this is what really just put like the icing on the cake. I started hearing dogs growling. And I'm like, I know that's not my dog. My dog is like half Frenchie and half English bulldog. He does not bark like that. and it sounded very aggressive. So when I heard this woman say that she heard before she saw this dog man, this thing just hit the ground metallic and did like a dead weight ring to it. I was like, wait a minute here. Now I start to believe what you're saying, that these things are more spiritual than we think they are. Because I start to think, okay, so is it possible not only we can see them with our physical eyes, but can we also hear them spiritually? And that's what really started my interest in this, because I heard the same noise that this lady was talking about. And I heard the growls of the dogs. And for some reason, I wasn't scared. I feel like through my whole journey of all the sleep paralysis and stuff, and going back to those two ladies, that wasn't a dream to me. That was me seeing two women astral project. And it was funny because my father-in-law the next day, he asked me, well, how did you sleep last night? And I said, horrible. He's like, well, what do you mean? I said, two witches came into my room trying to kill me last night. And he's like, it must have been the coffee. You must have drank too much coffee. I said, sir, I don't drink coffee. I know what I saw. And I know that right there, the reason why I had that prayer was because God was preparing me, because God knew what was coming in my direction. And when I asked for those angels, he knew to tell me, hey, ask for those angels, because that was that lightning that was between me and those things. When those women, them would just try to come and choke me, it knocked it back. And there was a distinct echo. So I learned by a lot of experiences of what, I hear in the spiritual realm. When I go through it, it's that little echo, because it doesn't sound like when we talk or when there's a sound on earth. When there's a sound on earth, it carries and then it drops. Versus in the spiritual realm, it continues. It's like a never ending, it fades, like an echo that slowly fades away. So I started paying attention, and I want people to know, the reason why I say this, I want people to know that if you're going through a sleep paralysis, never say to yourself, you're crazy. Never say to yourself, you're losing it. Just know that God is allowing you to see something spiritual because there's a lesson behind it. My lesson on one of mine was, you just need to call me once. I'm there. You need to trust in me and start praising me and let yourself see me take control of what's around you, what's tormenting you, and watch it be gone. And you see that I have the victory. That was my lesson.
And let me ask you a question here, and this is something for the whole audience too. Do you know why that we should praise God? Do you know why, or why we should serve Him? People don't understand that. There's a whole thing about that.
Okay. One day I was in my sister's house when I was living with her, and I felt this energy come in, and I fell into sleep paralysis. It was installing fear into my body and wave. It would come in wavelengths, right? And it was pushing all that fear into me, and it was tensing up my body really, really tight. All of a sudden, I was like, Jesus, Jesus, right? And then all of a sudden, I felt something tell me in my inner part of my body, just praise me. I said, okay. I saw my spirit, my spirit arms raise up in the air, even though I saw my physical body on the side next to me. And I started praising him. I said, Lord, you have the glory. Lord, you are powerful. Lord, you are wonderful. When I started doing that, okay, I started taking my attention away from that demonic spirit, pushing that fear into my body. And I started putting that attention towards God. When I did that, I felt like the energy that thing was trying to install in me to get fear, because they feed off of fear.
Yeah.
It was being turned into another energy, and it was flowing out of me differently. And I said out loud, I can feel the Spirit of the Lord moving through me. In other words, you're throwing fear into my body. You're pushing it to put me in a fear state. Yet the Lord is changing it It's like filtering it out in a positive way. So I would feel stronger in it. Now, God allowed me to see in the spiritual realm. Look to your left. I looked to my left. There was a window there. And it looked like there was a kid there standing with a blue jean jacket, blue jean pants, and a leather jacket, and had a 9mm pointed at me. And it had like a group of little kids. Now that right there wasn't an actual physical person. That was God allowing me to see that those were evil identities trying to kill me, not physically, but spiritually. Okay? You can be killed spiritually. In other words, some people die in their sleep, or some people have so much fear installed in them that they can't live, because it got to a point once in my life that I would remember all the sleep paralysis and I would break down and cry and think I was crazy. Okay? So when I looked at it, I saw that 9 point at me, right? All of a sudden, it was as though there was no fear in me. And I said, you're not going to do this. And I saw the wind come and just grab that group of people and just took it out of the visual area that I was looking at. And I just felt it get stronger and stronger, the presence of God in the room. And I always came out of a sleep paralysis my whole life feeling either ashamed of something that they did to me physically, and you can imagine why or what, and I'm not going to say it. I would hear them scream at me. I would hear them hit me. Just horrible experience, so much fear that when I would get out of those stages, I would just want to curl up in a little ball and be like, God, why is this happening to me? But he was showing me slowly and slowly how to fight it. And after I got out of this, finally, when the sleep paralysis passed away, I asked him, I'm like, Lord, what's going on? I never came out of something so happy like I did right now. Every time I come out of a sleep paralysis, it's horrible. What's going on? He said, Mija, you just need to call on me once. By you calling on me over and over again, is you not trusting in me. You don't believe that I'm here with you. You only have to call me once behind, and I'm there right next to you. And by you focusing so much on that energy, instead of praising me, see, when you praise me, what happens is you trust me that I can get the job done. You trust me that I can get that energy or that demonic spirit away from you. So that's what you need to do when these things happen to you, Mija. Don't focus on that feeling, that energy that's being put into your body. Because I'm telling you, when it is a fear that comes in wavelengths, and it makes your body fall asleep, and you feel like, when your arm falls asleep, well, it's 10 times worse throughout your whole body. And you hear things or you feel things or your emotions are out of whack. And that's their way of sucking the life out of you spiritually and energetically. And you come out of it like you're tired, like you just ran a freaking 10-mile run.
Yep.
When in all reality, it wasn't even like that. Spiritual warfare is real. And people don't understand that. Why? Because the church hasn't even taught us half of these things, And most of the things that I've learned is because of the things that I went through. And that's why praise is important. Because you take your mind off of what's afflicting you and you put it onto what's going to deliver you from it. You put your trust in your faith and what's going to deliver you from it. And that's when that's what he said. That's when you're going to see the victory. That's how you're going to see me overcome your enemies. Because it's not flesh and blood. It's a whole bunch of principalities spiritually.
Yeah.
But if we don't practice that and taking our attention away from it and putting it on the one who really matters, because we can't do nothing. If they want to kill us, they can kill us. If he allows it. That's another thing. If he allows it. So that is what I learned about all of these experiences. And my mom was a great teacher. She went through a lot when she was alive. But I just hope people realize they're not crazy. And I hope they realize that a lot of it's not schizophrenia. Yeah. A lot of it is it's demonic oppression.
Yeah.
And the best way that the doctors can say or treat you with it to make more money is give you pills. But at the same time, even the pills that they give you don't take it away 100%. So there's either two things that can happen. Either you can get delivered from it, and if you don't get delivered from it, there's maybe some more lessons that you need to learn from it. And by golly, I've learned quite a few of them. And I think
and you'll continue to learn them. It never ends.
It never ends.
I mean, this world, like I said earlier, I don't believe this world is a test. I don't. I mean, it is a test in some ways, but it's not God testing you. It's not what this is. We're sort of trapped. I mean, we aren't sort. We are, and God sent Christ to pull us out.
It's like we have 1 foot here and 1 foot there.
Yeah. Well, not everybody. Some people, they don't really realize, what's going on. They don't grasp it. Folks, by the way, folks, if your name isn't in green, get it in green. It's like $5 to join the membership so you can be entered in the giveaway. Tonight is going to be the last giveaway until we do the mail offs, which will be like Wednesday. So you want to try to get your name in there tonight, because tomorrow night we're not going to be on PRT. We're going to be on BMR. So we're going to do the giveaway on Wednesday, and then we're going to have to put the giveaways on hold, unfortunately, because we're out of like 2, 3, 4 different sizes now. So we're going to have to re-up. And so we don't know how long that's going to take. So we have like a lot of like 4Xs left, right? I think it is.
Yeah.
And larges, I think. But we're like running low on everything else. So and we're out of like 3, I think, different ones, or 2, whatever. There's a bunch of them that are out. So we're going to have to hold on until we can get more supplies. So just hang in there, because some of you may have to get a book or a hat or whatever we got left, because we're just out of certain sizes. We don't have them. What we're talking about here, this is important. What I wanted to finish what I said earlier, and that was a lot what you just said, and I agree with most of what you said. The praise and worship thing. Now, the critics of follow they'll criticize people. They'll be like, oh well, people that follow God are this way and that way and this and that, and there's no God because of this and that and blah blah blah. I'm going to tell you this. It's not how you think it is. It's really not. You've been taught and conditioned a certain way by religion, because religion is actually a divisive thing. And if you understood that we all are together, we're all in this together. We were talking about this. Let me put Tony back on and see. Tony, are you there? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay.
My service isn't so good, so I might get kicked out again.
Yeah. Well, so Tony, you and I and Anthony were having a conversation yesterday. We were talking about how everything is connected. It's all connected, which I say it all the time. And what to me it is not God wanting to be selfish and needing you to praise and worship him. That's not the true God. What the reason you do that and you focus your energy on him, because he is the perfection. He is the all. And he has, like, it's pure positive energy. That's all it is. God is very just 100% made up of positive energy. That's it. He is the true light of the universe, or because he actually exists outside of this universe, believe it or not. And so people, they'll say, well, God is the universe. Well, he is all of it. It's everything. But there is the universal mind that is God. And you got to understand something. To go to God, to be with God, you would have to be completely cleansed and purified to be able to go to him, to go back to him, because he is the source. So in order to go back, you have to kind of be cleansed and be, whatever. I don't look at it the way other people do. Well, not other people, but there's a lot of people that look at it the way I do, but not many. A lot of people don't really they don't understand where I'm coming from. And so whenever we talk about, they say, God is this and he's that, and they equate him with the God of the Old Testament, which is this angry, vengeful, wrathful, just, and and it is very much like an angry person,
Mm-hmm.
you know, and that's a problem, because then the Muslims latched onto the Old Testament, and just kind of kicked the New Testament out, and it's just a repeat of the Jewish Tanakh and the Torah, which is, you know, and that's, you know, that it's just repeating, and that's why I don't agree with those two religions. I don't have a problem with the people of those religions personally, you know, personal issue with them, but I don't agree with them, and I'll tell them, you know, and I've argued with their clerics, and I've argued with their rabbis, and I said, you're wrong, you're wrong, you're wrong. I don't care. But I've also argued with pastors, preachers, and priests, and y'all know this.
Mm-hmm.
And I've been to multiple churches. I've been to synagogues. I've been to mosques, and I've been to Buddhist temples. And I've told them all, I don't totally agree with you. I respect you, and I think that you are trying to find your peace, and that's admirable. But I don't agree. The reason I don't agree with any of it all 100% is because every one of them has a piece of it, but they don't have. They're all right, but they're also wrong. Head Trip says, talk to Paul Wallace, John. Yeah, I was talking to him last night, actually, for an hour.
Yeah, go to Paranormal Super Jason Bland.
Yeah, I was
his
on
last
there.
episode. He's on there with the Paul Wallace.
So, but you know, and Paul Wallace is a personal friend of mine. I like Paul; he's a good guy, and everybody has a piece of the puzzle, but they're not willing to share it. That's the problem. That's why compartmentalization is the enemy, and that's why we need to all come together to bring this full circle. That was what the conferences were about. It wasn't about making money, because we lost several $1,000s on each one of those conferences.
Mm-hmm.
We had 400 and something people at the first one, 600 and something people at the second one. Those were the conference goers, whatever. And there's many people who were there, very, very big name people that were there that can attest to that. You know, we just had Ron Moorhead on the show the other day. He was there. He can tell you. And there's people that try to lie because they're liars, and they go, well, they didn't have nobody. There wasn't nobody at the conference, and they wanted me to go, and I didn't. Dude, trust me. We didn't need any more than what we had. We had too many people as it was. It was 20-something speakers.
It was stuffed.
Yeah, it was a lot of people. And I stood up and I told everybody, this is what I believe. And there were some people that took offense to it. And they were already there, prepared like vipers to strike, and they were trying to hamstring me. You know, that's why they were there. They went there to try to build a case to destroy us, to tell the whole community what horrible people we are. And the thing it is that they're being puppeteered by the darkness, by evil. It's literally, it's always trying to snake bite you. And I'll tell you why, because if you come together and we do this, then you start to figure out that things aren't the way that you think they are. And maybe sleep paralysis isn't what they say it is.
Mm-hmm.
I've known that for a long time. We could do a whole show for 5-6 hours just on, you know, 2 or 3 encounters that I've gotten of people with sleep paralysis. And there's a woman that suffers from it like all the time. And she gave me her story, and she had alien abduction, but then she also was encountering these elf-like creatures that were from the inner earth. And I explained to her, I had to tell her, look, I don't think those are 2 different things. Because they were doing specific things, but it was that in between state where they catch you, where they can hamstring you. You know, that's your Achilles heel, is that kind of in between state. So you call out to God, you call out to Christ, and Christ is the intermediary, which he's the most important, because he gets you to God. He says, I am the way and the light. You follow me and you'll be fine. He tells us that. But instead, we allowed the words of Christ to be hitched to this other stuff, and the other stuff, you know, and what I'm referring to is a mishmash of books that some of it's correct, some of it's not. And that's a problem, because it's a lot of contradiction. And then you have a bunch of people that are always like, see, I told you, it's all because it contradicts itself. It does. And so does the Quran. I don't care what they say. They can argue. I've read it, and I tell people, look, there's a lot of contradictions in these books. Why is that? Because one scribe or scholar writes something in 600 BC, and then 800, and then in 400 BC, another scholar comes along and says, "Let me redo these. These are getting old, and and then they put their own spin and interpretation on there. And then another person comes along and they said, you know what? This isn't working for me because I need something that's going to give me more power and control. So let's redo this whole thing and let's put it in words where it works for me, and they do that. And then they just keep on, adding more and more and more whatever, and changing and changing and changing until the Bible or whatever book you want to, whatever, you can name any one of these holy books. I don't care what it is. It's changing. They warped it and changed it to suit whatever purposes their fanaticism is beholden to. And then God, which has gone through all these iterations or whatever, they changed it and they said, you know what, when we got to make it all into one guy. When I could promise you, they're not even talking about the same being over and over again. Because the God that I serve does not do those things. He doesn't say those things. He's not going to just be like, oh, do whatever you want and I'll still love you and do this and that. It's because this is how it works. I'm going to tell you the truth. When you do evil, you're cut off from God. And God cannot accept you if you are living in the sin and the darkness. That's why you have to be purified. That's why you have to be cleansed. That's why you have to praise and worship him so you can connect to him.
Yeah, I was going to say the same thing.
Yeah.
It's basically just like a washing of your body, basically. It's what it should really be seen as. I mean, I kind of agree with Muslims on that, on how, like, before they pray, they wash, their whole body, their hands. They get rid of any snot in their nose, and they try to, as much, to cleanse themselves, because not only are they cleansing their body on the outside, but they go to pray to also cleanse their soul and their spirit on the inside.
Yeah. And they want to make a connection with that, Now, you don't have to be. You can tell a guy who's a soldier serving in Iraq, you should go and wash and clean yourself before you talk to God. He's sitting in a tank going like, yeah, I don't have time for that. I'm washing and cleaning, but I do need to talk to God. But if you're given that that time, before I go to church, and I went to church for years and years and years and years, I would always wash and clean myself very good, put on my Sunday best, as they say, and I would take my Bible and I would go to church.
Mm-hmm.
And I did this for decades, for 30 years or whatever, off and on. And then I got into, and I went through spats of doing bad things, but then I still would sometimes go to church, even though you're living a horrible life of sin. But because you're told these lies, basically, these lies, what they are, that you can be bad, but you pay your dues and you tithe, basically, and you sit there in the pew and you listen to what the guy says, and then you'll still go to heaven. No, you won't. And God cannot accept you, because God is a purification, perfect harmony and balance, and it's pure light. And when you're dark and you're evil and you have that on you, he cannot allow you to be in his presence, because you will taint what he is, but you will be purified by him in his presence. But he gives us free will. So you have to do that yourself. Or otherwise, God's, he's cheating. And God doesn't do that because he's perfect. So what he is the essence of purity and holiness. And he is absolute. There is no dark, no sin, no imperfection. He is the absolute. And that is the word for him, the absolute. That's what he is. And it is the good, the light. Satan, Lucifer, Beelzebub, all these, you can name whatever demons you want, or the archons, whatever entities have risen and fallen and risen and fallen. It doesn't matter whether Mesopotamian or they're whatever. It doesn't matter. The bottom line is this: they are not the antithesis of God. They are just singular beings who fell from grace and did bad. No different than a king or queen that fell from grace. They had all this power and they could have done good. And instead they chose to do evil. And when you make that choice, you will live outside of the grace of God. And that's not a game that he's playing. People are like, he's playing a game with us. No, he's not. God just exists. He's just there. He created all of this. This is his creation. This is his, but he gives us free will. He gave the Shaitan or Satan their free will. He allowed them to be evil. It's their choice. You chose to fall from grace. You chose to be unclean. You made that decision. Now you can say, I was tempted by evil, bad people to retaliate and do evil, bad things. But in the end, are those evil, bad people the reason, or was it because you fell for the temptation? Me as a person, I get attacked every day. And if you think I'm joking, go to PRT News. I get attacked every day. Folks, do you understand what I'm saying? I'm going to say it again. I get attacked every day by multiple people. They attack me every day of their life. They are literally obsessed. It is sick and it's sad and it perverted in a lot of ways. And not just in a sexual I'm talking about just it's a perversion of nature to be that obsessed. It's idolatry what they're doing. It is a sin. It's bad. I don't hate them. I don't hate any of them. I really don't, because that is their karma to deal with. That is their sin that they have to deal with. They will not be able to go to God. If they drop dead right now, they will not be able to go to God because they're living a sin, because you are obsessed with a hatred for someone. It doesn't matter what your perceived wrongdoing that you think I did unto you. And it's unfounded, believe me. But it doesn't matter. The bottom line is you can't go to God with that anger, that hate in your heart. You won't go to where you need to be. You have to get yourself right. So everybody has to let go of grudges. You have to let go of the evil. You have to let go. That's what you have to do. If you don't do that, then you're not going to ascend. I've seen these people tell me, and Tony knows one of them that we were talking about. And he's always talking about the ascended masters, and he's doing this and he's doing that. And this guy can't let go of a grudge for nothing. Mm-hmm. He loves money, but if I put $1 billion on the table and said, you'll have whatever you want, here's $1 billion, he couldn't let go of a grudge from 10 years ago. He thinks he's going to go to the land of love and light. And I'm like, no, you're not. Once you let go of that anger and you forgive, like Tony forgave him, then yeah, you that's where you go. And don't have any hate in your heart. Don't have any hate in your heart. The one thing the Egyptians got right was how Anubis weighs your heart with the feather. Mm-hmm. That part, that's correct. Now, Anubis, I don't want to see him. It's not something, because a lot of people have seen it, and it's not something I want to look at. But Tony was correct.
He's
now,
not weighing hearts anymore, that's for sure.
Yeah. The thing that Tony angered me with was really because I felt like he had knocked this guy off of the path that I was trying to help him get on, which was for him to forgive. And that just, Tony asking for forgiveness to me was like a reaffirmation of him that he was correct. So I had to have this conversation with this guy, and I said, it's a sin. You're living a sinful thing by not asking for forgiveness yourself. You should. But, at the end, I had to stop and look at it and go, hey, honestly, it's not Tony's responsibility. Like you said, Anthony.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I mean, I think everyone's salvation or spiritual ascension is their own responsibility. And when it comes to your friend, there's nothing that Tony or you can do or say to essentially save his soul. I mean, if you think about it, even if your actions and words contribute to or are directly responsible for pulling someone out of darkness and bringing them to Christ, they can still fall away, and that is still their responsibility from that point. You keeping them on the straight and narrow path, that's not your responsibility. That's no one's responsibility except their own.
Yeah, and also it ties you together. Like as I explained like yesterday in the car, like um, it it makes you have a tie, a karmic tie with them because I, uh, I believe that in our past, me in my past life, me and this person, individual, has had our moments together, or we've run into encounters that have either ended up negative or they haven't gone right, and that's why we keep running into each other, and we haven't been able to fix it or stop having these bad situations come up, and it's something that keeps happening over and over again, and that's why I felt like it was just important for me to apologize to him and not just say like, hey, I'm sorry for this and this. I just told him I'm sorry for everything I've done, even like things I may not know I've done. I'm still sorry I've done it. Because it has affected you in a way to where you've hold this anger and this grudge against me, and I see now that it's doing nothing but holding us back. And that's why when I commented earlier and said like, I needed to break that karmic tie between us. That's really what it meant, was that I don't want to see this guy in another life. I don't want to come back on this earth because I for some reason am still angry at this person, and I can't hold, and like now we're both holding each other back from something that our true destination basically. And that was more important to me, even though I knew that I wasn't going to get an apology. I wasn't going to have the results that I maybe would have hoped for, and I was actually going to do nothing but harm this person in the long run. It was more important for me to just break the tie and not have to deal with him anymore. And and because I feel like even helping someone, too much of a good of something is bad. We've always said like everything in moderation. And I believe that even like helping someone, going so far into it that you end up harming yourself is bad. Um, there's a show called I don't know what it's called, Ghost or something. Basically, it's just a lady can see all these ghosts, and she runs like an Airbnb with her husband. But there's a character called Pete, and he's a ghost, but he's so kind. He just wants to help everybody and wants to help others.
Tony, you're
I
breaking up.
think
Really
like
bad.
that's why he's being held back.
You
Yeah,
broke
it's
up
just
really bad.
garage.
Yeah, you're in a parking garage. Well, if you can get outside of it for a minute and do it, that'd be great. I mean, but if you can't, I understand. But Pickle Tree here says, just give the Fallens a hug. No, we're not doing that. We're not giving Archons a hug. They've chosen their path. There are some beings that have become pure evil. They've given over to the darkness to the point where it's consumed them like fire would consume, dry wood. And their heart is there's no redemption. And then there are those that are born as sociopaths. And what do you think of that? What do you think of that is? They couldn't go back. They couldn't go to God no matter how much they want, even if they wanted to, because they don't have any empathy at all. So what happens to them? And it's all relative to your own, perception. Think of this. According to the laws of Christianity, uh, or Islam, a Roman soldier was a pagan.
Mhm.
He lived 100 BC, 100 AD, or 100 BC, whatever. Romans were, in charge for a long time. He dies, right? What he goes where? Because he was a pagan, right? He goes to hell,
Mhm.
right? According to the common belief. Then I am born 2,000 years later, and then I die, and I am, not in the faith or something, and then you go to hell. Why should Roman soldier have been in hell 2,000 years longer than me? Does it sound fair? Does it? I mean, all relative in the end, because you're going to be in an eternity, right?
Mhm.
But what really is an eternity? That's the question. And then why would this individual have to be, bound up in hell 2,000 years longer than me. What did he do? So that there's these burning questions, no pun intended. And so you have to understand something, that things are like water. They're not just like, there's a flow and a rhythm to everything, and everything is a vibration, like what Thea was saying earlier about how the echo, it echoes,
Mm-hmm.
because that's being reaffirmed again and again, in these different realms. But they're all part of the same realm, but there's different sections, And if you looked at it like on a map and you said, okay, we'll look at the universe, there's different, quadrants, um, that's what it is. I mean, there's different like sections, and it depends on where you're at, and it depends on where you're going, The problem that we face, like Thea said, is that we're looking at everything through a physical lens, and we don't look at it through the true eye. When someone told me a Dogman story, and I've covered thousands of them, like maybe not thousands, but a lot. I've covered a lot of them. 10 years ago would have been different than 5 years ago, and it would have been different now. Because now, when someone tells me there was a Dogman encounter, and Paul Wallace last night on Jason's show on Paranormal Soup, he talked about the Hexam heads,
mm-hmm.
and how it was a very potent story in 1984. The BBC covered it. Now they wouldn't touch something like that. But if you want to hear about it, it's all over YouTube, because the television was a very powerful medium that they used. And they thought, oh, it's just a neat little story, They don't talk about these things in the news now, because now we know more. We know that those things don't happen. People don't find Celtic stones with markings on them and then 2 werewolves show up at their house. That doesn't happen. What is that? We'll let Art Bell and people like that talk about that kind of stuff, what's his name? Clyde Lewis. Let those guys deal with it, but that's not the case. It's not just people on YouTube now that are talking about this, because now it's everywhere. And I got a couple of guys that are friends of mine, that when those drones started doing what they were doing, those BB sized implants started going crazy in their legs. And in fact, you guys might know who they are, Truth and Bass. They've been on the show. And so you got this weird stuff happening, but it's been relegated to let's push it away and make, so these serious Bigfoot researchers, let's focus on this being a physical thing, yet you can find no evidence, but 1 million people have seen it, probably more than that. Dogman, I'd say 1 million people probably seen Dogman, but where's the evidence? Well, the spirit oftentimes doesn't leave a trace, does it? That is because that's where you're going to find. You're going to find it. That's where you're going to find it. And so, and then somebody says Edgar Casey is better for True History versus L.A. Marzulli. Now, I've interviewed L.A. and we've talked multiple times. L.A. is a friend of mine. But I'll say this: I like L.A. I like him a lot, and I never had the pleasure of meeting Mr. Casey. I would have loved. It would have been the most amazing thing ever. Next to meeting Nikola Tesla, and then that would be only beaten by Alexander the Great, and Alexander the Great would only be beaten by Christ. He would have been my number one to talk to. And people are always like, who would you want to talk to if you had a historical person? I'm like, Jesus. Hands down, that's who I need to talk to, is Jesus, and then we'll go from there, But, and I agree with LA on about 75, 80%. I don't agree with all of it. I don't, but I love the guy. He's a great guy. And then doing this, you get, there's a lot of great people that I've been able to talk to and deal with, and just, gosh, I can't even tell you. I've talked to so many of these people in the paranormal field: ghosts, alien abduction, the UAP, you know, MK Ultra, people that have studied and done this stuff. And Nick Redfern's a very good friend of mine. A lot of people that I've gotten to talk to and do. It's not name dropping. I'm telling you that these people I've conversed with them at length. You know, and interviewed a lot of them. Albert Rosales comes to mind as a very good source. You know, big YouTubers, you know, like What Lurks Beneath, which Josh Pinocchio, Josh Cutchin's another guy, just amazing people. A lot of them, just a lot. There's a ton of these people. Very good information. Somebody just mentioned Skinwalker Ranch, and I got to talk to Thomas Winterton, you know, and he's on that show, and talked to him for like 3 hours, 2 hours, whatever it was. And so you get this information from all these different sources, and all these different people, and you don't agree with all of it. I mean, there's, you know, I have my own views and my own beliefs, and I've come to these views and beliefs from all of the information that I've disseminated a lot of it to you. You've heard it. You know, and I've done a lot of studying, and I'm not done. I got a lot left. I got a lot to do. But like I said, now when I get a Bigfoot, Dogman, Mothman type encounter, vampire, like the guy that came on, Creed, he talked recently, you know, there's so many people who've given us these weird encounters, you know. He was the third person I'd interviewed that day. Was that guy, and he was the last one. And I said, dude, I need a guest tonight. You know, and he talked. He was able to talk. I had asked the second person, and they declined. But I said, okay, well, you know, and I had already sent the feelers out for a few other people, and everybody was kind of doing something. And I said, well, we'll just do an open. We can. There's the show's going to go on regardless, right? But it was pivotal. You know, I reached out to Ken Gerhard and I said, hey, Ken, come on the show if you can. And just let's, this guy's seen something. It was like the cover of your book. And so you have all these different people who have different views. Ken, I don't agree or believe with the way Ken believes or agree. And most of it anyway. We've had some disagreements. I don't always agree with people I work very closely with. You know, there's certain people that I just, you know, we went our separate ways. Some of them did it in a very nasty and mean way because I would not go along with whatever it was that they were trying to get me to do. And some of those people are still after me to this day because they say that I ruined their whatever, you know. Dude, you know, if people didn't follow what you were throwing out there, spitting out there, and I threw an alternate view to them and they chose to believe or follow me, it wasn't anything personal. It's just that I'm trying to make sense of this, and their unwillingness, these people, you know, that don't like me, their unwillingness to work with the other fields is their biggest Achilles heel. That is the problem. A lot of these people who have been on me and after me, they go crazy with me trying to bring the fields together, and unification is what we need. That is what we need, because I need to be able to reach across and talk to somebody who's going through the abduction phenomena, and I need to be able to reach out to a ufologist and say, can you help me with this? Or an Egyptologist, someone who can decipher some of this stuff that I can't, because you can't do it all. You can't do everything. And then you have to have people who can help you. And so you reach out to someone who's a Bigfoot researcher, someone who's got a lot of different theories or thoughts on these things. Or sometimes you need a Bible scholar, someone who's into theology, who knows more than you. Right? And the biggest and the most important part of all of this is being able to say that I'm not 100% correct, and being able to say that I'm human, that I have flaws. I am not God. I can tell you what I think God is, and I think I'm more accurate than the next person, or I wouldn't be saying it. But that doesn't make me God, and that's what these priests did. The clerics, the rabbis, the priests, the monks, they all did this. They set themselves up like, I'm the representation of God here on earth. Says who? You say that, right? And then you got some people to follow you, and so now you have a cult. Well, good for you, bad for everyone else, because now you're just another lunatic. And so yes, thank you. Patty just says it right there. He says, always learning. That is the problem. And the problem is that there are people out there, everybody wants to be heard, and they should be. But that doesn't mean that you have to follow and believe what they say. You can always be like, no, thank you. I don't agree with this. And you can do it in a polite way. You don't have to stone them to death. And I think that's the medium that we need to find is like, where do we say, hey, I don't agree, and then keep from going like, I don't agree, because raising your hand at people because you don't agree with them, that's the biggest problem, isn't it? And I've been an offender of that. I've raised my hand and I've struck people, not for those reasons, but because they're trying to hurt us or do something that they shouldn't be doing. And I can say in all honesty, most of the time it was not out of sheer meanness that I did it. I was charged with protecting things and doing things and whatever, and I had to. And people they're just mean and nasty. But if I had my choice and you had 100 different ways for a fight to happen, and there was only one out of 100 ways out of it, then you should choose that one way out of it. Now, that's not acting like a coward. But don't let your ego and your pride get in the way. It's a good way to end up in prison. There are people in prison for the rest of their lives because they got into a bar fight. And that's not a good thing. It's not something that you want. But I can tell you this, in all sincerity, we have an issue here in this community of communication. It's like if somebody is part of the Bigfoot field, and they go and they talk about UFOs, and immediately the Bigfoot apers, they're like, they cut them off. Like, nope, we're done with you. You can't do that. And by the same token, the ghost people, they're very nasty to want that. Dude, I've seen them. Their civil wars and their stuff that's just, it's ongoing. And I talked to one day, and I couldn't get anything other than how much they disliked this other group. And I was like, and you're like, well, that's an hour of my life I'm not getting back, because that person, that's all they wanted to discuss was the war they had with this other group because they believe differently. And I know it bogs you down, and you're just like, look, but there has to be a reason that you have to talk about these things. And something when you're being assaulted and attacked, I get it. It's horrible, because it happens to us every day. We got a handle on it now. I don't give a crap. I just laugh at it because it's so ridiculous. But at one point, these people had a lot more following. They had a lot more, whatever, what is the word I'm looking for? Momentum. And they were just spitting out lies, and it was like you had to defend it because you had people believing some of this nonsense until it got so ridiculous that they just went too far. And it was just like, what? Now you're just like, okay, yeah, another one. Here we go. From the lie machine. But, they just keep on. And they'll do it again tonight, and then there'll be a new post tomorrow, and it's just the daily, and you'll laugh. It's just so stupid. It's like reading a tabloid, but that's you have to, though. At one point we had to defend ourselves because it was horrible. It was horrible. I mean, and there were people asking me if these things were true. I'm like, hell no, they're not true. I mean, come on, dude. I mean, I just wanted to know, like, well, yeah. And I'm telling you, it's not. If you want to believe them, then go over there and watch how they act. Jesus says you'll know them by their works. You'll see it. Here I am on a Monday night, and we're doing a call-in show, and it's 400 people in here, at 11 o'clock my time. What do you think? What's the difference? because here we are talking about things that that we are all concerned about, and people are telling their encounters. And there's a bunch of people in the queue. My apologies to Dick Richards. I see you back there in Paranormal Oz, and everybody else that's there. I'm just, and I get it, but everybody wants to tell their story. But there's a lot of stuff that we crossed, and it needs to be disseminated. And I'm telling you this, Thea and Andres both brought up a lot of very good points in their encounters. And folks, this stuff is real. This isn't a grift for me. I'm not out here doing this so I can make money. I mean, I mean, you can look and see the donations. Like, I'm not like, this isn't a big game for me. I'm not like rolling in the dough, like, oh, you know what? I'm making so much money from this now I can quit my other jobs. Nope. And I say jobs because I got multiple, but nope, it's not happening. I'm doing this because I like doing this. I care about this, and it's become such a passion for me. It's not an obsession. It's a passion. It's a difference. And for me, if I can help bring people to the true God, the Father of Christ, and get all this other stuff out of the way, then I've done what I'm supposed to do. And I'm a big believer in, like putting your money where your mouth is. Put up or shut up. I'm a big believer in that. And if I believe in walk the walk, talk the talk. Talk the talk, walk the walk, back and forth. And people have always, they confuse your swagger with arrogance, and it's not. It's confidence. I speak with confidence because I know what I'm talking about, and I know when to cede the floor and be like, okay, hey, this person is correct, and maybe I'm not totally on the level here. I need to figure out where I'm at. And I've never been out of my depth on the show, like, oh my gosh, this person is so much, no, this is not going to happen. It won't happen. I don't care what anybody says. I can talk to any of these people in this field. No, and I say field as in all of these weird subjects, and I can talk and communicate with them in any, it doesn't matter. I'm not the most intelligent person on earth, but I'm intelligent. And having true intelligence, it means you can see through the veil. You can see beyond it. You can see through the illusion. And I see it, and it becomes frustrating for me because I see it clearly. I see it, and I get upset sometimes because others aren't grasping it, because I think maybe that they're being willfully ignorant, and then I sometimes can confuse that with them being wholly evil. And that's not really the case. They're just being ignorant, and being willfully ignorant, and then being wholly evil, WHO, those are all different stages. Being ignorant leads to a lot of problems. A lot of problems. The cult of ignorance is strong in this country of America and the world. The cult of ignorance, what I always say, Anthony, it leads to the cult of what?
Cult of death.
The cult of death. Death feeds on ignorance. Jesus says it, and you come to your own conclusions, whatever, but he says, my people die for lack of knowledge. We die for lack of knowledge. Think about that. Right? And that's why I say the cult of ignorance is their first step. And the elites and the people that are in charge, what they do is they make you very ignorant, very stupid, to the point where you're proud to be stupid. I see on the internet people that are like, I'm a white trailer trash hillbilly redneck, and I'm proud of it, and they are literally proud of it. And then you go to the people in the hood, and they're like, yo, I'm proud of it. I'm proud to be from the hood. Yo, I'm proud. I've been living here for 5 generations, man, and I was raised on food stamps, and they're touting this as being proud. People come from another country that is an absolute shithole, and they're waving the flag of that country, and they're talking about how proud they are to be from there. And it's like, there's one thing to be proud, but now you're somewhere else, so you assimilate or don't be here, no matter where you're from, because Your country is in shambles. It's basically communism. Why would you come here and wave your flag in my face and tell me how great it is? Why would you be here? You don't leave the carnival because you're just having too much fun. You know what I mean? Why would you tell me how proud you are to get shot at every day going to the 7-Eleven and because you're living on food stamps and whatever? Why would you tell me how proud you are to be an ignorant, racist person that lives in a trailer and makes meth? But this is what they're doing. And everybody's hating each other. They're so proud of it. They're so proud of there's not even any real racism the way it used to be. It's like a project. And what I mean is like, it's like we're not really racist. We all have to live together. But then we all hate each other in private or whatever it is people do. And then later on, we have to act like we all like each other, and then we all like we're blind and stupid to all the damn ignorant crap that's thrown in your face. And it's these archons that have this power to force you to live an unnatural existence. But if you take it for what it is and you look at it and you go, this really sucks. But it is a way for me to transcend, because according to the Vedas, the Yugas, the Kali Yuga is the easiest time to ascend. You know why? Because everything's so damn hard. And all you got to do is look at the internet. Go look at the Instagram, TikTok, YouTube, all of the platforms, Facebook. What's the other one? What am I missing here? X. There's nothing but just crap on there, just constantly just bombarded with it. And you got to go swimming and fishing for what's worth a crap, right? And you have all this bad. There's a ton of it. There's a ton of bad everywhere. But the more bad that you are able to escape from and push away and deny, the more you can transcend. That's the key. So it's actually better for you to be in this toxicness. I know it sounds absolutely crazy, but then you can actually ascend to where you need to be. That's the key right there. You need to get yourself right with God. And now that was the point that Dia had said, and this is why it's important what she said. And you call upon Christ, he'll get you to it. Now, there are a million different ways to get out of this situation. There's many different ways to avoid heaven and hell, whatever you're trying to do, as there are stars in the sky. Now, listen to what I'm going to tell you. You're going to think I'm crazy. But if you're still here, you obviously know. A few people dropped off. I guess they think I'm crazy. But I'm going to tell you what I'm going to tell you. There's only one way to get back to the source, which is God, the absolute, the energy that we really need, where we need to be, the recharge zone, where it's all really coming from, the place that you need to be, which is the Father. The only way to get there is Christ. That is it. I'm not here to try to preach to you and convert you to anything. I'm just telling you the truth. That is the only way. And you have these stories from these different books, holy books and whatever. And there really is only one way. You can go to a lot of different realms. You can end up in a lot of different places for, eternities. But it doesn't matter. There's only one way to get, not to heaven. Heaven is not God. Heaven is a state of being, not a place either. People are like, heaven's a place. You can't point and go, oh, there's heaven over there. Can you do that? Can you pinpoint where heaven is to me? Show me on a map where heaven is. Show me on a map where hell is. Do you know where it's at? It's a state of being, right? But by the same token, so is earth. Earth is not necessarily physical. It's not. Look at it under an atomic microscope. You'll realize real quick something's not right. There's nothing there. And then you're like, whoa, we're all just living in an agreed upon reality. Starting as a child, when you're a child, when you're a baby, you're brought into this world, and you move around the world, you look around, and you figure out, you hear and smell and taste and see and whatever. You use the five senses. You have a sixth sense that you're more in tune with as a baby, as a child, right? And then you start to figure out that, you know, maybe this is just my reality and now I'm stuck here. You may become cognizant of that at a young age. You may not. But then as time goes on, it becomes life for you. If you put a hamster in a cage and he lives day after day after day after day, he doesn't know that he's in a mini prison. That's just his life. And if you try to let him out, he's scared. He wants to go back into his jail cell. You ever looked at it that way? And they don't have any desire to run around outside. They just go and they run on their hamster wheel, and that's what they do. That's their life, and they're happy with it. A lot of you are the same way. A lot of people are that way. They don't, because going outside of their comfort zone is like death to them. You see what I'm saying? But that's because of ignorance. Those two things go hand in hand, ignorance and death. My people die for lack of knowledge. Remember that. Say it again. My people die for lack of knowledge. So going outside of this, transcending and going outside of this, that's where you're going to find the true God. He doesn't exist in this universe with the way you wish he does, or the way that the Pope or the clerics or the whoever, the rabbis and everybody else that tries to tell you this nonsense that this is who God is, this is what God is, and he was mad about this, and he got really mad about this, and he was really mad at this and that, and blah blah blah. God's not mad. He doesn't have time for those human emotions that you put on him. That's your perception of God. That is how it was filtered to you. That information was disseminated to you by the powers that be. They put that in you. And then this hamster wheel that we're running on to generate whatever we need, you don't realize that this whole world is a prison. You're trapped here. You can't get in a spaceship and go to Saturn or Mars. You can't. You know? We don't have those abilities. They can come here. Believe me, it's true. They know how, because we're doing it all wrong, and that information is in private to us. We as humans are basically stuck here in this world, and you think this is it. You're the hamster. You see what I'm saying? And I'm sorry this is taking up the time. Somebody said encounters, please, or something, whatever you said. Look, I get it. You want to hear encounters, but I'm telling you right now, this is the truth. This is the real reality. And the further we go, you will learn more and more about the nature of reality. Every encounter brings us that much closer. Every time somebody gives you a story, it's an encounter that they had with something that was not correct, that was not on the level of normalcy, or what we as a collective have agreed upon and accepted as normalcy, because it was spoon-fed to you as a baby, just like you were being given baby food. You're going to grow up to be a man, and you're going to go to school, and you're going to learn, and then you're going to get a job, and you're going to go into debt from college, and blah blah blah. And everybody says, well, that's what's normal. And it's not what's normal. That's what we have created in the world as normal. And the civilizations that have come before us, they say that things are normal. Well, this is what's normal. I don't know what you're doing, but this is normal. Yeah, well, that's normal to you. The old saying, there's what's normal for the spider is chaos to the fly, right? You eventually have to come to the true reality, and we all will eventually get there. We'll end up there. We will. And then you're going to have to answer for a lot of things, because you're going to have to talk to the Lord God, the true God, the Father of Christ, and you're going to be judged. And then you'll decide, they'll figure out where they're going to put you. I say they because he's got, these entities that take care of things, right? And then you end up going where you're supposed to go or whatever. But you got to get past this level first, because there are gatekeepers and they want to keep you here because you know what you really are. Take a guess in the comment section. Anybody, tell me, take a guess on where I'm going with this. Do you know what you really are? You as a being, do you know what you are to them? Not to the higher level entities, these low level entities that are the gatekeepers. Do you know what you are to them? Anybody? Energy. Exactly, Brand. Energy. Slaves. Yes. Yeah. You're a slave. You're energy. You're a human battery. You're like food. Yeah, exactly. That's what you are. And cattle. There you go. And when you start saying things, they don't like it. And so it agitates those lesser, lower level beings. And these are humans. These humans have a lower vibration than you, much lower, to the point where we would refer to them as the retardation. I don't know why they do the things they do, is the retardation. But and they when you start talking about this and saying this, they go crazy. That frequency and that vibration, they're just like and they cannot handle it. They get so mad, and in themselves, they don't even know why they're doing it. They don't know why it's pissing them off. There's just something about you that makes them mad. They can't figure. They don't know what it is. You have hair and teeth and eyes and your ears. I don't know. You just look. There's a unsavoriness about. I don't know what it is. It's something dark side. They don't know themselves, but it's not them. It's not them. The archons have put demons in positions of agitation. So when they hear these words, they're told, don't agree, don't believe it, don't listen to it. Remember your training as a child. You were taught by the church as a child. You were taught by the school as a child. You were taught by the military as an adult. You were taught by the college as an adult. You've heard all this. You know this is a lie. The news tells you it's not true. Do not listen to this person. Reject them completely, the same way that the world rejected Jesus. Reject him and everybody that speaks the truth. Let's stone them. Those are devils. There are literal demons that is their job. So when someone starts speaking truth, it becomes like acid on them. They just can't handle it, and they go absolutely bananas. And they hate you. But what did Jesus tell us about hate? He says, remember, they hated me first. You weren't the first one to be crucified and laid out like that. I was. He came and he said, these are the truths. These are the truths. These are the truths. And what happened? Get rid of him. Kill him. We want the serial killer, Barabbas. Give us Barabbas. We'd rather have that monster running loose, a rapist, murderer, and a thief, an adulterer, every sin. He was the embodiment of every sin of Israel. He was. And they chose him over the Savior, over a person in the body, in the flesh. The Word of God made flesh and told them, you were wrong. And your Father is not my Father. I serve the one most high, and you serve Shaitan. And you are of the synagogue of Shaitan. Those words got him killed in the flesh, and he knew it. But we are trapped in this world. We're trapped. And Jesus came to pull you out. He said, I am the way and the light. Those who follow me, you won't die. You'll have everlasting life. That's the way it is. When I was a child, I was told over and over and over again, you're going to be a preacher someday, young man. I was told 1,000,000 times that. I've said the word 1,000,000 a bunch today, right? And as I got older, I was a thug, a gangster. I was a jerk. And I was like, I'm so far from preaching. I'll preach to my guys to do what we got to do, whatever. But I'm not a preacher. And I've said this many times. I'm not a preacher, but I am. Because sometimes things just happen. And funny how God leads you down the path. It doesn't matter what you want, the will of God. He wants you back to him. And he'll cleanse you. And he'll make you whole. But you have to accept his emissary, his son. You have to accept Jesus Christ. So I'm going to do something right now, and this has not been done on the show before. And if it offends you, then leave. This isn't for you. But if you're ready, it is for you. There is a prayer that you can say. This is for my enemies. This is for my friends. This is for my family. There's those that love me and those that hate me. I don't care. But if you say these words with me, maybe it can start you on the journey. Now, it doesn't guarantee you a ticket to heaven. If that's what you're looking for, find it somewhere else. But it can get you one step closer to the Father, which is where you need to be. And a lot of this stuff that happens to you will cease. I kid you not. And if you have this ability, then all you have to do is say, I reject you in the name of Jesus. I was watching this guy walk around on a video I posted, and he was saging. I asked you to leave. I asked you to leave in Jesus' name. No, you should have said, in the name of Jesus, I rebuke you. In the name of Jesus, I demand that you leave. You don't belong here. You are not invited here. This is my domain. This is where I belong. And in the name of Christ, I rebuke you. I renounce you. I denounce you. Go away. Leave. Leave my property. Leave my people. Everything alone. Now, to be able to do that and have that authority, you need to say this prayer. I want you to say it with me if you want to say it. Now, if you don't want to say it, don't say it. And I may lose some listeners from this, but the wheat from the chaff, right? Because this is what's worked for me. You need to go to Jesus and say, Lord Jesus, I come unto you. I'm a sinner. I ask that you come into my heart and you save me from my sins. My past is filthy. I've committed sins. I've done things to people that are wrong. I've been evil. I've done bad. And I want to be forgiven. Please, Lord Jesus, come into my heart. Save me from my sins. Become my Lord and Savior. I want to follow you. I ask in your name to be saved and to be forgiven. Take me to your Father. Please give me the salvation that was promised. I know you died for my sins, and I know you can get me to where I need to be and help me to become a better person. I ask these things in your name, in Jesus' name. Amen. It's that easy. But just as easy as that is, it's real easy to fall and slide too. Right? It's real easy. And you got to keep doing it and reaffirming it every day. Every day when I wake up, the first thing before I even touch the floor, this is the prayer I say. I say, Lord God, I come unto you in the name of Christ. I ask you to forgive me for my sins. I'm a sinner, and I've committed many sins throughout yesterday and throughout last night and this day so far up until now. Thank you for your blessings upon me. Thank you for allowing me to be alive, and thank you for my good health and my freedom. Please allow me to keep these things for the rest of my life. Your will be done, Lord God. In the name of Jesus, amen. I say that prayer. That's just the first prayer before you touch the ground. And when you go into the bathroom, and I use mouthwash, that's a very healthy kind that my wife got me. She's a very special person. She takes care of me. Somebody has to. And I look in the mirror and I know that I am a sinner. I can't look in the mirror and go, I'm a very good person, because I know I'm not. Everybody sins. Everybody is, and it hurts me. It does. But you have to face yourself. Everybody sins. Everybody doesn't. Not everybody's a good person. They're not. You try and you fail. Everybody does. But just remember, by his grace I live, by his grace I die. I say that every day. By your grace I live, Lord God, by your grace I die. At whatever time, it's time, but you got to be ready because it could happen like that. Boom, boom. You don't know. You're not promised it tomorrow. You're not promised 1 minute from now. And you want to at least have a pretty good shot at where you need to go. Cryptid Commission says I'm out as I'm off work. Sorry, I know things got carried out, to this whatever, and I don't apologize for that, but I do apologize for Cryptid Commission if you were in the queue there to talk. It's not wasn't ideal. I wasn't trying to preach. I've been made fun of and called all kinds of stuff for crying or being upset or angry or whatever. I have emotion. I'm a person. I'm not an emotionally driven person, believe it or not, in my day-to-day life. But I do get emotional because the one thing that bothers me the most is the people that hate me. I actually do worry and it bothers me because I don't know where they're going to go. Because some of those people, at least a couple of them, I used to be, well, at least I thought they were my friends. And their actions, it's mind-boggling, some of the things that they did and said. And you're sitting there going like, what in the hell? I can't get a handle on it. That they can hate you that bad. I don't feel sorry for myself. I hurt for them because it's like, what is going to happen to you? Why? And you think that they're stronger than they are because you're thinking, well, these archons can't affect them. They're not going to turn these people. But my whole life, that's happened over and over again. And Anthony's grandmother told me that many times. She said, they're going to hate you. They're going to curse you. They're going to do horrible things to you. She always told me, she said, be strong, face the world with your head up every day. Not being proud, just being counted. And that's the sad thing is that you can't save everybody. You can't save the world. You can't save anyone. The only person that can do that is Jesus. That is it. But like Thea knows, you can call upon the name of Christ and you can be delivered. You can. It's real. It really is. And Andres, I tell you, the next time you have a negative dream like that or something happens, do yourself a favor and call upon Christ. Hopefully you're a Christian, you've accepted Christ. A lot of times Catholics will say, well, they don't even know if they're Christian or not. Not all Catholics, but some of them, they don't even know if they're a Christian. I've asked them. And they're like, I'm Catholic. Are you a Christian? I'm Catholic. Have you said the salvation prayer? They don't even know what the heck that is. And it's for everybody. So that's the key is to call upon the name of Jesus. And I've had to deal with some very nasty entities in my life, very horrible beings. And I'm not talking about people that I've had to stand up and be strong. And I've had to be alone in places where I've had to be, you have to have that love foundation that Abe Sears is always talking about. You have to, and you have to be like, in the name of Christ, I rebuke you. And then you feel your skin crawl and you feel your hair move and you're like, oh, man. And this thing, it wants to choke you. It wants to kill you. It wants to cut off your wind. It wants to destroy you. It's an evil being. And it's standing its ground. And you're trying to make it go. You can't do it on your own. Without God, without Christ, we would be crushed like insects. But with God, with Christ, you can burn them with the white light to ashes. When Jesus says, with the faith of mustard seed, you can move mountains. He really means it. When I was a child, I took it literally. I was driving. We were driving through the Rockies. I'll never forget. And I looked, and I was like, it was like that Rico moment. I bet I could throw that football over the mountains. I was like looking at the mountains, and I was like, a mustard seed is really small. How can I, with that little bit of faith, move that mountain? So I started focusing on it, trying to make it move, and it didn't happen. And I thought, there's something flawed in me that I can't move this mountain that I'm staring at for the last 30 minutes, Because it's a child's mind, it's a child. Because as a child, you're conditioned. Because you know why? As a child, you have that doubt in your mind. You always have that little bit of doubt. Because your parents try to keep you safe as a child, if they're good parents. Mine were, but they weren't trying to get me killed, but they were like, hey, that you got to warn them of all these dangers. You can't do this. You can't do that. You can't touch this. Don't lick that. Don't touch this. Don't do that. Don't kick that. Don't do blah, 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 blah. Because as a child, your job is to go run around, look for death. And the parent is like trying to keep you alive. And so, you're thinking, okay, then that doubt is there though, because it's a duality. And then it teaches you, hey, I can't do these things. I can't fly. I can't do all these other. What people don't realize is that we have all agreed and made these into laws. And now we imprison ourselves with these laws, these rules that these people set upon us a long time ago at the behest of the archons. And Jesus comes and says, you can do all things with faith. Like this was nothing to him. He walked on water. He defied our agreed upon illusionary laws of physics. But make no mistake, it's real to us here now. It's real. And the reason is because we made it real. We ourselves, with our powerful energy, manifested our own prison. Can you imagine that? We all agreed upon an illusion, and we gave the archons that power. And then we took it a step further, and they put up the worst kinds of people to lead us, and we voted them all in and said, yes, we will follow these people, the maniacs, the evil, rotten scum, the literal vampires. They are literal vampires. And we're going to put them on a pedestal and worship them in idolatry, commit idolatry against the one most high. And we're going to mock the Son that came to save us. He came and he said, guys, you're in a hamster cage. You're in a prison. Let me help you. No, kill this man. Kill him. And kill him quickly. Get rid of him. And do it horribly. And instead of saying, we love you as a savior, thank you for bringing us out of this prison. It's not enough to kill him. It wasn't enough. Now they had to besmirch his memory and talk bad and denounce and curse and whatever. And then let's take all of the evil archons that are our jailers and let's follow all the bad things that they do. My heart weeps and then this is the world that we've created, because I know there could be so much more. We've given the most wicked the most power, and the guilty go unpunished, and they know they're guilty, and they sit there and they laugh because we're so stupid. I say we because I'm part of the collective too. I'm not saying you're stupid, you're poo-poo caca. We're all poo-poo caca heads. We've all sinned against the one most high. We've all turned our backs on Christ and pretended like we didn't know him. We all did Peter. When the cock crowed 3 times, we all did it. You were ashamed when you were in the restaurant and you didn't bow your head. Now, I don't mean to stand up and go, holy, holy Lord. These people, they do that too. That's the opposite. But I've seen people kind of like, oh, they're looking at me. I'm praying. What does it matter? I don't care what people think of me. When it comes down to it, honestly, I don't care. When it comes to my belief, I don't say religion, I say my belief. I don't care. And yes, Scripted Commission, I do believe we're in the last days of an era, for sure. Is the world going to end? No. No, not that way. It's going to come to an end for a lot of people and a lot of stuff. But Jesus is going to establish a kingdom of 1,000 years. Now, it doesn't sound like a long time because you're looking at it in human years. Looking at it in divine years is 365,000. The only people that aren't going to be happy are those that are doing evil. Right? But everybody's going to be scared because that's a great day of fear for everyone because we don't know if our sins are really, you know what I mean? You got to reaffirm it every day, folks. You can't take a day off and go, you know what, today it's Fat Tuesday, and I'm just going to run around and show my boobs and get drunk and act a fool for some beads. I used to despise that day. I was there when it would go on at the club. I'm at the club. I'm sinning too. But there was just something exceptionally evil and wrong with that to me. Because after today, we're going to have Lent, and then we're going to be forgiven for all the debauchery and sin we did. What is wrong with you? I never once, and worked at a club, and we used to sell those beads to these maniacs, right? I never once threw beads to a girl for that. Never, because I'd never, and I wouldn't even handle the damn thing. I didn't like touching them if I didn't have to. I just don't understand that concept. Let's do all of the worst things we could possibly do, and then let's just ask for forgiveness, and all is well. You believe that because they took a lot of knowledge away from you. There's forbidden knowledge, hidden knowledge. The Gnostics were murdered. The Cathars were murdered by the Jesuits, by the Catholic Church, by the rabbis. They were executed at the behest of the different popes. I'm not talking about the white pope. He's a figurehead. I'm talking about the black, gray, red, each one representing a different mission against the one most high, because their God is not your God. They worship, who do they worship? What do they call him? Lucifer, the son of the morning, right? They talk about him in the Popol Vuh of the Mayans. They talk about him in the Aztecs. We talked about it the other day. We were talking the story about the Aztecs. The first son. He was the first son. What's his name? What is his name? What is it? I talked about it last night on the oh my gosh. Taclepoca, whatever. Look it up, make sure I can say it correctly. He was the first one, and then Quetzalcoatl came, and then of course he had a problem with Quetzalcoatl because Quetzalcoatl loved humanity.
I'm gonna confirm it, but I think it was something like
Tezcatlipoca
or something.
Tezcatlipoca. Tezcatlipoca. It was that's his name.
Yep.
So you have all these different entities and deities that were around, all representing the same system of the Shaitan. The archons. And I believe I think it's in, I'm trying to remember what book it was. There's one of the Apocryphas, and not in my mind right now. I got emotional, so I'm a little bit, but Jesus tells his brother James to flee Jerusalem. Go look it up. He says, flee Jerusalem, for it's full of archons. You don't want to be here. It's an evil, sinful place. And Jesus did most of his teachings in other places. He didn't spend a lot of time there. He tried to stay away from there. He didn't. It's funny how we use it like that's a holy city. That's a holy. You ever heard of the Jerusalem syndrome? It's really weird. There's a lot of different versions of it, but people go to the Holy Land and they basically get an attachment. They come back and all wackiness ensues. Now, there's different versions of it, like I said, but that's what happens. Jesus went to a lot of different places, small places, because that's where the crowd was going to be that was more wholesome. They weren't crammed into cities and living in squalor and horror, and that was their life. They weren't hamsters. He went to people who were living a more laid back and free life and were willing to accept what he was saying. It wouldn't be whipped into hysteria by the rabbis that would go and get these people whenever Jesus would preach. They'd run over there. They'd run after him. Wherever he was, they would run after him. They'd run out there and denounce him and start getting the crowd against him. And so he had to be careful so they didn't kill him every time he spoke. And he argued with these people over and over and over again. They said, "You're a demon possessed. You're evil. You're so evil. You're Satan. You're this, you're that." And Jesus had to tell them over and over and over again, you are the ones that are possessed. You're the one that's evil. You're the one running out here to assault me because I'm telling you the truth. And he told them over and over again, when I tell you that you can do these things in my name, you can. Who are you? Who are you to say these things and do these things? And he says, I am the Son of the One Most High. I'm the Son of God, also known as the Son of Man. You're a blasphemer. You're evil. And Jesus said, watch this. And he would do something. And then they said, these are parlor tricks. You learned these from an Egyptian magician, which sounds silly, Egyptian magician. And they said that. They said that he went to Egypt and learned magic so he could fool the masses. They made up every kind of lie they possibly could about him. Every bad thing that they could think of, and they spewed it on him. And eventually they killed him. But the joke's on them, because 3 days later, he's like, look, here I am, behold. And he shows everybody. He rose from the grave. You heard it?
Yep.
As soon as I said that, 3 knocks.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Folks, I'm telling you right now, and this evil that's twice tonight it's done it. It's done the 3 knocks.
I was doing it the other night too.
And so, yes, fear is wasted energy. That's exactly right. So wasted energy. You're giving it away to the archons when you do that. Fear not. Yep. I believe that. Yep. We just heard the 3 knocks again. So whenever you study, always pray before you do it. And a lot of times you'll find what you're looking for. But don't be afraid to take in information. Just don't read it. Try to understand it the best you can, but don't fall for it every time, because a lot of times stuff is just written. It doesn't mean that it's correct. And words have a lot of power. And the words of Christ have the most power. And I know that because this is what I do. I have to deal with these, and you think this is the first time I've heard 3 knocks? What about when we were interviewing for These Woods Are Haunted? The crew there heard it loud and clear. When we began to talk about the Church of the Forgotten. I'm telling you, folks, these things, they know. There's a war that's going on all around you all the time. You don't see it, but it's for you. And you got to understand something, too. These evil entities, what they really want. There's a silly notion that they want to go down there and burn in hell with you. They want to take as many people as they can and go burn in hell with them. They don't want to burn in hell, and they don't care about you burning in hell. They'd like to see you suffer, probably, yeah. But they want your energy. They need your energy, your essence, your life force. They use blood too. Blood is the life. Never in the history of the entire universe has one entity, a good entity, asked, hey, I need you to go kill that and give me its blood, because that's good. If you kill that thing and give me the blood and worship me, then you're doing the good thing. No. God, our Father, does not need blood sacrifice, never has. And they say Jesus was a sacrifice. No, Jesus sacrificed himself to save us. And it's not the way you think. People don't understand that either. I'm going to explain this to you. If Jesus would have lived a life of leisure and lived to be an old man, do you think it would have had the same effect? No. He had to die. He had to. That death reverberated throughout history, throughout the Roman Empire, all through Europe. And it went through Europe. Right? And that is what set the stage for what we're at now, for where we're at now, for who we are now. The resurrection, which is coming up, Easter, when they call it Easter, whatever you want to call it. People say, oh, Easter's, whatever. We built our holidays over the pagan ones. Deal with it. Okay? Paganism is not, I don't agree with it. That's why we built them on top of it, so that the pagans would serve Christ. Doesn't always work out. Okay? But that is one thing that I agree on. I think that they had to do that. There was a reason for that. But they did it for the wrong reasons. For control. But the resurrection. He rose back up, because if he never would have died, there wouldn't have been a resurrection. So, being in a physical body, he dies, he returns, he shows everybody, he says, look, this is why everybody now knows the story. It doesn't have the same effect if he doesn't die. Now, that is what is now become this phenomena, as people call it, Christianity, the following of the religion of Christ. The problem comes with the laws that man spun off from that and how they've profited from that. That is the problem. That's where the problem came. The schism between what is spiritual and flesh. There should have stayed separate, right? According to these people, they look at everything from a physical way, right? Because they compartmentalize it. No. It's all relative. Mind, body, spirit, everything is connected. When you analyze this crucifixion and resurrection, right? And this is St. Patrick's Day that just passed, right? But you look at it, and I didn't plan this at all. This is just me. This is just what happened tonight. But I'm going to tell you something. You're missing the mark if you think, oh, it was a sacrifice. God sent him to just be sacrificed, like, yes. And they called him the Lamb of God. I get it. But it was like it had to happen that way. And then they say, well, he was the final sacrifice. So God needed blood sacrifices up to this point. And then Jesus was the final blood sacrifice. And voila, we've connected them together. No. God never, the true God, the Father of Christ, the true God never needed blood sacrifice. Go back and read everything you can about Christ. Go back and read it. Read all the Gospels. There are multiple passages there that need to be looked at. And there's some in the Old Testament that are very important. We talked about it last night. Go watch Jason Bland's show, Paranormal Soup with Paul Walls. There are very, very important things that are missed by most Christians. You're suffering. You know why you're suffering? Because of want. You know what you're wanting? The truth. You know what the truth is? Knowledge. You know why you die? Because you don't have it. Jesus says we can do all things. He says that, and I believe him because he wasn't a liar. He was the only perfect man, right? No matter how hard they try to spin it and turn it and whatever, you can't deny that when something happens, there's an alien abduction, there's a dog man, there's a ghost, there's a whatever, a Bigfoot, you can say in the name of Jesus, I rebuke you, and what happens? They flee. Is this the work of an Egyptian magic? I do magic act. I am Egyptian magician. Is this the Egyptian magician that the foolish rabbis were talking about? What a bunch of fools. What a pack of fools. I think the word rabble comes from rabbi. I don't know. I'm just saying. But it's ridiculous. Jesus taught them the truth. He told them the truth. He showed them the truth. He says, I am the truth. And they killed him for it. Because they are wholly, WH, possessed by the archons and their demonic entities, their children. We would know them as the Nephilim. Because when they were killed, they became evil spirits for all time to plague the earth. And some of them are enslaved. They have been chained up, right, to keep from doing nonsense. Under the earth for as long as it shall endure. That means that there is no cycle that they will be loosed. You know why? Because if they were, they would destroy everything. They're chaos bringers. They're agents of destruction. Their favorite time of seasons is the Kali Yuga. This is the time we're living in, the time of destruction, the time of the nothing. Nothing good. 3/4 of everything is evil. Oh, but you can't say that because that's another religion. There's no religions. They're all wrong. They are. And look how many people hate me for saying that. But every time somebody hates you for discovering the truth, remember what Jesus says. He says, remember, they hated me first. Always go back to him and remember. Let them stone you to death. Who cares? The bottom line is you know where you're going to go. The people that are throwing the stones, those are the people that you should be sad for. And I am sad for them. They wouldn't know the truth if they're so upside down, it's scary. And they'll make your life hell if you let them. Or you can just sit back and laugh at it because it's just a big joke. The only thing that's important in this world, really and truly, is where you're at with God, where your loved ones are at with God. That's what you can control. Can't control everything else, right? That's what you can do. You can control that. So you can't control what the lunatics do. And look at this world. The inmates are really, truly helping to run their own prison. They're running the asylum. And the more evil you are, the more power you have, because this world belongs to Satan. It's a dark place. Why do you think these people have these encounters? I think it's a public service to tell people what these people are seeing. Because it brings you here to hear what's going on. It's very important. Now, like I said, a lot of people won't like the prayer I prayed, whatever. That's on you. It has nothing to do with me. I do the show how I do the show. If you don't like it, you don't have to tune in. Some people choose to tune out. You can do what you want. There's a lot of stuff here for everybody. But this is the most important thing. You have to hear this. And if you don't, that's sad. Do you hear it? Just did it again. Okay, folks, I got to run. got things I got to do. It's already midnight and I'm late. Look, so I'm going to go. Okay. But remember what I said, and I'm sorry who didn't get you were in the queue. You wanted to tell your story. We'll be back again. We'll do this again next week. Next week we have the Patreon show that'll go on for about an hour and a half before this show. So if you want to do that, be a part of it, join the Patreon. And it's not, like I said, the Patreon show is not about putting anything behind a paywall, because the Patreon for years and years was the same. It's $10, $20, $30, $40, $50 tier, and you get swag. We gave you merchandise. We still do that. We'll give you merchandise. Okay? And for those who didn't make it, come back next week and we'll get you in, okay? And I apologize. And maybe Wednesday we'll do the stories, and we might try to do something different. I was thinking this, and maybe for like Dragon Paul, who was here, and Cryptic Commission, and everybody else who was trying to get in, let me do this. Maybe I can do the show, and you guys can come on and talk with me and be co-hosts, the people who were trying to get in. And it could be an open lines thing where you can come on and say what you want to say. And maybe we could do it that way. What do you think? I mean,
Yeah, sounds good.
I could tell the stories or encounters, whatever you call them, and people can come on and be a part of it. I see Dick Richards there. I think Dick, let me get you on here. What's going on, man?
Hey, how are you?
How you going? How you doing?
Excellent. Yourself? That was awesome, man. I really appreciated that.
Well, I spoke from the heart. It was just something that I thought needed to be said, and I didn't mean to come off the show with my beliefs. But what I'm trying to do is bring people to the truth.
Amen, brother.
So maybe
that was deep,
Wednesday.
Man.
Do what?
That was deep.
I think on Wednesday maybe we'll do it. And if you want to come on and co-host with me, Dick, you can.
Sure, that'd be awesome.
Yeah. Another thing too, what are you doing Sunday? Because Jason needs a guest, and I thought you'd be an awesome guest for him.
Sure, I'd be happy to.
Okay, I'll let him know. I'll set that up between you and Jason Bland, because folks, if you haven't heard Dick Richards Encounters, you can hear it on our show, or you can go and listen to him talk about it on Jason's show on Sunday.
And there's been a bunch more too. Hey, that 3 knocks thing, I've experienced that twice.
Yeah.
One was about a month ago. They banged on my window again. But the one that happened several years ago, I heard the dang, dang, bang, bang, bang on my window, and every hair on my whole body stood up, and I rebuked it in the name of Jesus Christ. 2 days later, my neighbor comes out. He goes, who are those 2 women banging on your door last night?
Whoa.
It was 3 a.m., bro.
3 a.m., yeah. The mockery of the Trinity.
He said, I saw them walking away, those 2 dark-haired women. Who was that? And I was like, are you freaking kidding me?
Yeah, well, there you go. So, Andres, I want to thank you for coming on. Thea, I want to thank you for coming on. And Dick, if you want to join us again on Wednesday, maybe we can do this same format, and then I'll tell the encounter, and we can go from there. We'll see what happens. It's a show. You can do whatever you want. It doesn't matter, as long as you don't offend too many people and they run around telling whatever the powers that be that you're an Egyptian magician.
Josh,
yeah, really.
Thank you for allowing us to come and share our story. I think the most important one was where you hit it. There's too many people that suffer sleep paralysis, or they're abducted, or they see these encounters. And like you said, there's only one name.
Amen.
One name that can push those things away. And a lot of people, unfortunately, are not taught that, and they suffer with it. And the suffering continues through years, and they don't understand. But they need to take that authority in Christ. That's why he gave it to us. And a lot of the stuff, he talked about it in the New Testament. It's just that he put it in parables. For example, when the disciples asked him, when are you coming back? And he said, I'm going to come back when it's like the times of Noah.
Yeah.
We're seeing the times of Noah nowadays.
Oh, yeah.
And he
it's
talked
really
about
bad.
So I do appreciate it, and I didn't mean it to turn this way. That's why I was trying to just say my story real quick and get off, but it just had to be, I guess, spoken because this community doesn't really speak too much about the name of Jesus and the power behind it.
They don't. And a lot of times
Yeah.
too, the ghost community in particular, they're kind of hostile towards it, and so is the Bigfoot community. Certain aspects of the Bigfoot community, but that's got to change, and there's going to be a change. It has to happen, but there's going to be a pushback, and there's going to be a lot of hate, and we're dealing with that. But at the end of the day, they're spitting in the ocean. What are you going to raise the level of the ocean by spitting in it? You know, it's not going to happen. But we'll see you guys on Wednesday. Thank you guys for coming on, and thank you for being the best part of what makes this what it is. And without an audience, I'm just a man up here babbling. I'm speaking. I'm just the former president.
You're not really babbling. You're making a lot of sense. I don't see why others see that. And you're obviously a very man.
I'm sorry. What, Andres? I interrupted. What now?
I said you're a very knowledgeable man, and you obviously know what you're doing. And you obviously point out quite bluntly, you shouldn't really trust religion. You should follow Jesus Christ himself.
Yeah, that's what you're supposed to do. Look into the Gnostics, folks, and give it a whirl. If it's not for you, it's not for you, because not everything is meant to be, right? But there's a lot of knowledge. There's a lot of knowledge in a lot of things. Why were they so determined to stamp these people out and to kill them? They weren't evil. They were the original Christians. And then the Cathars tried to redo that. They stamped them out and killed them, and they were killed by some of the most evil people in history. There's a reason for that, folks, because the knowledge is there. It's been hidden. There's a lot of knowledge that's been hidden. All right, guys, I'm going to run. Sailor Nemesis says Abe has open mic. Go hit Abe. Guys, check out Abe. If you're a night owl like me, there's no better place than to go to Abe C is over there with Spiritual Encrypted Encounters. Him and Jesse really do it up, and I hang out over there quite a bit, or at least I'm listening, because Abe's got a lot of knowledge. Abe has the eye for sure; he could see. And
his pictures are crazy, eh?
Yeah, he's got it. Bettina's are too. If you ever see hers, unfortunately they ran her off, but hopefully she'll come back. Me and Lance Hightower were talking about that the other night. Hopefully she'll be back. But anyways, folks, tomorrow night I'm with Bigfoot Michigan Rob, one of my best friends in this field. I love the guy. He's awesome, man. So I got to check the mail because your hat may have come in. I ordered you a Lion's hat, Bigfoot Rob, but I'm missing a few things. So I don't know if I got a porch pirate or if I got the wind because the wind was blowing and something went in the neighbor's yard. Maybe it got thrown into our trash bin that we had to order. I'm hoping that I didn't lose some packages because I'm missing a few things. So, but I'm going to hopefully get it and send it to you. I know that you are a fan of that team. And so, anyways, we'll see you tomorrow night, folks. Tomorrow night, we may or may not have a podcast episode. We may drop it on a different night, like Thursday night. I'm thinking we're probably going to drop it on Thursday night because tomorrow night I'm just going to go to Bigfoot Michigan Rob. So just going to go there and you can hear us talk tomorrow night. And then Thursday night we'll drop the podcast episode because we don't do anything on Thursday. And that's with Ron Moorhead. And that was when me and Ron talked, and for the people that listen to the podcast. So thank you to everybody who tuned in. We love you guys. We really do. And I don't have time for the giveaway tonight. I got to run. I'm really running behind. But I appreciate everybody coming out and listening. Okay? It's very important. And remember, Jesus says they hated me first. But you know what you got to do? Love Jesus. And love God. Love yourself. Praise him. Praise the Holy Spirit for being who and what it is that flows through all of us. The divine Spirit of God. Okay, guys, I'm going to run. I will see you later.
See you Wednesday, brother.
Okay.
Bye.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, guys. So I'm going to get out of here, folks. Let's play it out here. All right. Good night, guys.